Hello everyone, Tashi here and welcome to my channel. I'm doing a little bit of a different video today. I usually do pick a card tarot readings on my channel, so if pick a card readings interest you, make sure you hit the subscribe button. But today's video is going to be around how to read each individual card in the tarot deck. Now there are 78 tarot cards in the more common deck, and I'll be going over both the upright and reverse meanings of each card. So it'll actually be 156 meanings. So this is going to be a lengthy video. The deck I recommend using when you're a beginner trying to learn tarot is the classic Rider-Waite or Pamela Colman-Smith deck, which is what I'll be using today. Now, I am aware that these kind of beginner tarot reading videos are out there in the YouTube world already, but I have found that those videos aren't as detailed as I'd like. So this is going to really be a deep dive into what each tarot card means, upright and in reverse. And along with this, I'll also have an example of the Fool's Journey linked below, a bit of a story time to hopefully further help you with understanding the major arcana. I'm going to cut this video into sections based on each suit. So you'll be able to fast forward to each suit by clicking the chapters at the bottom of the screen or by using the timestamps in the description box below. I'm also going to add extra chapters for the court cards in each suit. So if you do need a break and then want to come back to the video later, then you can. Or you may feel called to study a particular suit first, in which case you can jump around to whatever suit you're wanting to learn about. So it'll be divided up here. So I'll be starting with the major arcana first, then cups, pentacles, swords, and wands. Now I do want you to keep in mind though, throughout this video, that I will be focusing on each card's actual meaning individually. However, many readers read cards intuitively and some readers have personal meanings for a particular card when it comes out. So each card can also mean something very different depending on the rest of the spread as well, depending on the rest of the cards surrounding that particular card when you're doing a reading. So just keep that in mind as you're watching. We will be focusing on each card's individual meaning. The major arcana represent major life events, and that follows the Fool's Journey or the hero's journey, depending on what you want to call it. Cups are water, all about your emotions, creativity, how we're feeling. Pentacles are earth, and they represent what's happening physically in our world, and often are in relation to money or career. Swords are air, and they're about how we think, our intelligence, our mind. And wands are fire, and they're all about passion, inspiration, and energy. But yes, without further ado, I do want to jump straight in to the major arcana. Okay, we're starting with the major arcana today, and there are 22 major arcana in tarot, and these cards represent major life events or experiences. And the major arcana represent what's called the Fool's Journey. This is the Fool. And the Fool's Journey is all about that journey of self-discovery and growth that we go through. The beginning steps to the very end. But this will make more sense as we go through each card. So the Fool is card number 0. So even though this is the first card, its number is 0, and that's because it's the very beginning. Our journey has not yet taken place. So the Fool represents the very beginning of the Fool's Journey. Upright, this is the card of beginnings, new opportunities, a fresh energy, the beginning of a new journey, starting with a clean slate. What comes to mind when this card comes out is eagerness, being open, being spontaneous, being ready to embrace what comes your way, taking a chance, new paths, new adventures, and sometimes being happy or cheerful. So when the Fool comes up, it can bring with it a message of having faith and being fearless and unrestricted around what's coming next in your life. Even though you can't fully see your path ahead, the Fool is a sign of stepping into the unknown fearlessly without the burdens or worries of what the future has in store for you. You can see the man in this card is about to step off this cliff here. He's about to step off the cliff. His face is looking up at the sky. He looks as if he has no worries in the world. He's stepping into the unknown bravely, but he's also unaware of the cliff edge he's about to step off, a sign that he's unaware of the obstacles he's about to face on this new journey. The white rose in his hand represents his innocence, his purity, his inexperience, and the dog at his feet represents security and loyalty, a reminder that he is protected as he moves forward on this new path to learn these lessons. So the Fool invites you to take risks, to step outside of your comfort zone and be bold, to move forward on your path with the awareness that anything can happen. So the Fool upright essentially means taking that leap of faith. And the Fool in reverse can have many meanings, as all of Tarot can. It really depends on the questions you're asking and the surrounding cards. But reversed, it's about something holding you back. This could be yourself or a person in your life. It can be about not feeling ready to start down a new path. It can be about that fear of the unknown, that fear of the unknown that's holding you back from moving forward down this new path. You may not feel prepared for something, and so you are reluctant to embrace an opportunity or start down some kind of new path, or you may be hiding a new opportunity from others in your life. The Fool reverse can also be about acting like a complete fool, acting foolish in a reckless way, being impulsive to the point you are putting yourself and others at risk and ignoring your own common sense. It can be about, acting so carelessly that you are completely indifferent to the consequences of your actions. So where the Fool upright is telling you to take the leap, the Fool reversed is asking you to look before you leap, to either stop being reckless and try find some balance in your life, or to take control of any fear around a new opportunity. Like, do your research and understand that the universe has your back on this new adventure. The Magician is card number 1. And upright, it's about manifesting your desires into reality. It's a very powerful card and represents using everything at your disposal to make something happen. The Magician is associated with the zodiac signs Gemini and Virgo. But yes, you can see he has all of the elements laid out on the table here in front of him. He has the cups, the pentacles, the swords, and the wands. He has all of the elements, all of the suits at his disposal. Pentacles deal with physical things, the element of earth. Cups deal with emotions, the element of water. Swords deal with your thoughts, your intellect, your mind, the element of air. And wands deal with passion, creativity, and drive, the element of fire. So the Magician is all about using all of those things, all of your skills, everything that's at your disposal to make your dreams a reality. And this may mean thinking outside of the box, being creative enough to use all of those things to your advantage. But yes, you can see the man in the picture has his hand up towards the sky, the universe. So this hand's faced towards the universe and this hand is faced to the ground. And so this represents his connection to both the 5D and 3D, his connection to the spiritual side and material side. So the Magician upright comes as a sign that now is the perfect time to start that new project, start that new job, buy that house, to call in your soulmate. Whatever it is, whatever your question is about, the Magician upright says, take action. You have the power to make it work. The Magician's red cloak here represents experience, power, and knowledge, a sign that your focus, awareness, and creativity will attract much into your life. And so, yes, the Magician upright is all about inspiration and action, turning what you want into reality. So if this card comes up, it's a sign that if you are clear on what you want and you focus, you will reach your goal. In the Fool's Journey, the Magician is a sign of exploring your personal power, about growing. You can see all the flowers around him, all of the flowers around the card here. A sign of spiritual growth, and the infinity symbol above his head, a sign of harmony and the connection of all things. But yes, essentially this card upright is about using all of your resources to create what you want out of life. And then in reverse, the Magician can be about trickery, deception, manipulation, bad planning, or even poor management. It can be a sign that someone in your life is pretending to have your best interests at heart, but they don't. Of course, it depends on your question, the question you're asking. It can also be about being obsessed with power, about being a little greedy, you yourself being too obsessed with power or a person in your life. Or it can be a sign that your power is being taken away from you in some way, shape, or form. Either you don't believe in yourself enough or someone's taking your power away. It can be a sign that you aren't using all of the resources at your disposal to be successful. Remember, upright, I said he's using all of the tools at his disposal. And reversed, he is not. He's not using those tools. So yes, in reverse, you may be struggling to see progress on some kind of goal. The Magician reversed asks you to implement some changes in your life. Ask yourself if this is your truest desire. Ask yourself why you want to reach this goal, and ask yourself, are you using all of the resources at your disposal? And next we have the High Priestess. The High Priestess is the third card on the Fool's Journey and is card number 2. She can be linked to both Cancer and Pisces, but she represents intuition, that inner wisdom. She can represent psychic abilities, this awareness, this knowledge. You can see the moon at her feet here. She has a moon at her feet. The moon at her feet represents her connection with the divine feminine, her intuition. So she's considered the feminine counterpart of the Hierophant, and we'll look at the Hierophant soon. But yeah, when the High Priestess comes up in a reading upright, she's asking you to trust in your intuition around the question you're asking. Trust your gut instincts. She's sitting in front of a temple here with these 2 pillars either side of her and a curtain covered in pomegranates behind her. The pomegranates represent abundance and fertility, and behind the curtain is the High Priestess's secrets. So the 2 pillars represent duality. You can see one is dark and one is light. A sign that that knowledge around duality, the masculine and feminine, the positive and negative, rich and poor, light and dark, that knowledge around duality is required in this part of your journey. Acceptance of duality in our world is vital. You can see the scroll she's holding in her hands as well. She's got a little scroll there. It says Torah, meaning hidden or missing. A sign that if you get this card, you need to dig a little deeper, get in touch with your intuition, connect with your higher self in order to unroll that scroll and figure out what's missing. So the High Priestess upright reminds you that all of the answers you need are within you. If you're looking for confirmation around a feeling you've been having, good or bad, she is your confirmation. She is a sign that what you've been feeling around that topic is accurate. If something feels off and she comes up, then your feelings are accurate. If something feels great and she comes up, then your feelings are accurate. So depending on your question, the High Priestess can be a reminder not to reveal secrets, to rise above any nastiness or pettiness going on in your life, and not take sides if you're in the middle of something. And in reverse, the High Priestess represents disconnect from your intuition. You are off balance, disconnected, and blocked in some way, depending on your question. Yeah, depending on your question, the High Priestess reversed, much like upright, is a reminder to get in touch with your true feelings, but in reverse, there's a stronger need for it. Like, you really need to get in touch with your true feelings. So if the High Priestess comes out in reverse, you may be being influenced too much by others in your life and not trusting yourself enough. Or you may simply feel silly or fearful when it comes to trusting your intuition, going with your instincts. The High Priestess in reverse could be a sign that you're ignoring your true feelings around a person in your life, a friend, a family member, a lover. You are being influenced too much around their feelings, their wants, their opinions, to the point you've lost touch with your own. In reverse, she can also be a sign of gossip and secrets going on around you. Someone in your life keeping information from you, deception and mistruths getting thrown around. So reverse, she often comes up to ask you to slow down, calm your mind, find somewhere quiet, and really work on connecting with what you want. Really listen to your inner voice. Step away from the influences in your life and connect back to yourself. The Empress is the next card in the Fool's Journey. Card number 3, she is associated with the Earth sign Taurus. But upright, the Empress is a sign of abundance. She's a sign of fertility. This has a caring, kind, loving and nurturing energy. And the Empress is the time in the Fool's Journey where he's nurtured and cared for. This is the ultimate fertility card, and you can see the female symbol on her seat here. I don't know if you can see that. The female symbol on her seat there. And her dress is covered in pomegranates as well, a sign of fertility. So if you're trying for a baby and the Empress comes up, it's a great sign. She can also, represent being fertile with a new idea, a passion or a goal. So she is the mother of Tarot. Her counterpart is the Emperor, and the Emperor represents a father figure. Yeah, the Emperor represents a father figure, the Empress represents a mother figure. So when the Empress upright comes into a reading, it's a sign of abundance. It's also a sign of personal growth, a sign that you will reap the rewards from your hard work. She's a reminder that to create abundance, you must tend to it and care for it. You can see she's surrounded by all of this wheat down here. At the bottom of the card, that's wheat. So she's watered and cared for that. She's tended to that wheat, watered it, cared for it, and helped it to grow. And now it's ready for harvest. A reminder that nothing can be rushed. True dreams must be worked on and cared for. So the Empress can be a sign of a new project coming to fruition, being successful around a project or goal. She can be a sign on a literal sense of you or your person glowing, like looking really good as well. She's the looking good card. She can also be a reminder to slow down and receive. Accept the good things in your life, accept the pleasures and gifts that you're surrounded by. The Empress is very connected with Earth, so she can also be a reminder to get outside, connect with nature and get grounded, depending on the question you're asking. But the Empress reminds you that growth requires 50% effort and 50% trust. That the effort you put in will be rewarded. Like, you can fertilize a plant, water a plant, sing that plant a song, but essentially the plant does need to grow itself. So the Empress is a reminder to, yes, put the effort in, but then ease back and trust that what you've tended to will grow. Don't overexert yourself. And then in reverse, the Empress is about either being too dependent or too controlling towards others in your life. smothering them essentially. That could also be a sign of another person acting that way towards you. So reverse the Empress can be a sign of your growth being blocked in some way. You are giving away your power and aren't growing as a person for some reason. If you're an artist or a creative of some kind, the Empress reversed is a sign that you are blocked in some way. You feel unable to birth your idea, essentially. And this, this doesn't have to be artist related, but that's what popped into my head. So essentially you can't express yourself or grow an idea with the Empress in reverse. Something's in your way, whether that be yourself or something else in your life, but that creative flow is being blocked. She can also come up in reverse if you're having trouble with your looks. Remember before I said upright, you were glowing. So in reverse, you may feel less than beautiful, have some kind of body image issues or some kind of unhealthy opinion of your appearance. It obviously depends on the question you're asking, but for the most part, the Empress in reverse is a sign of your growth being blocked in some way. And next we have the Emperor. And as I said, where the Empress is the mother figure in Tarot, the Emperor is the father figure. So if both were to come up into a reading, it can be a sign of divine counterparts. The Emperor represents power and authority. He is associated with the fire sign Aries. And this is the stage in the Fool's journey where he learns about structure and responsibility. So upright, the Emperor is all about self-discipline, leadership, finding your direction, and being organized and assertive. The Emperor is a reminder to act assertively, create a routine in your life, and develop that solid and controlled foundation. He can come to you in a reading as a reminder to be more forceful, to not allow yourself to be overlooked. You can see this red robe, and his red robe is a sign of power. He's also holding a little globe in one hand, and this represents the world. He has the world in his hand. His throne is surrounded by rams, and rams are also a sign of power, strength and power. So the Emperor really is the epitome of power and strength, but he's also a little unemotional. So he's very logically minded and not very good at expressing his emotions. So, but yeah, in a career sense, he comes as a sign to make a plan, set your goals in detail, and you will be successful. You will gain that promotion or achieve your goals if you act assertively with the Emperor here. The Emperor is very traditional and very honest and upfront to the point of being blunt. So he can represent an authority figure in your life, often a father figure, as I said, but in a general sense, the Emperor upright is a reminder to stand in your power, have more control in your life, and get it done. And in reverse, the Emperor overuses or abuses his authority. And this could come from either you or someone else in your life. Reversed, he can be a sign of either you being too dominant and controlling towards others in your life, or you're giving away your power to another controlling, dominant person in your life. So if you're allowing someone else to dominate your life and the Emperor in reverse comes out, then that's asking you to stand up for yourself. The Emperor reversed can also be a sign of being very rigid and inflexible, like you're so stuck in your ways that you're unwilling to listen to anyone else. The words that come to mind when the Emperor is in reverse to me is unbendable and force. Like unbendable, rigid. He can also be a sign of having a lack of discipline too. So the Emperor reversed can be a sign of having no discipline around something in your life, a goal, not working hard enough towards something. But also he can be a sign of you not embracing your power. If you're, promoted into a leadership position in the workplace and people are coming to you to help them with certain things, the Emperor in reverse can be a sign that you aren't embracing this new role. You're shying away from the power you've been given. So again, it depends on the question that's being asked. We next have the Hierophant. And the Hierophant is the 5th card in tarot and the masculine counterpart to the High Priestess. He's mostly associated with the sign Taurus, but he can also be linked to Libra and Sagittarius because he's been tied to both Jupiter and Venus. But this card is a symbol of tradition, acting conventionally and conforming, doing things by the book, following the rules essentially. He often comes as a sign to follow tradition. So words that come to mind when this card comes through upright are routine, commitment, tradition, responsibility, religion, education, wisdom. He can be a sign of marriage. So if you're asking about a lover or simply a sign of a stable connection, this is a good sign. He can also come up in a reading as a sign of learning something new, gaining more knowledge. He can often represent a wise leader or a teacher in your life, like consulting with an educational leader or spiritual advisor. You can see he's sitting in front of what appears to be some kind of temple with 2 people down here at his feet, and he's blessing those people, a sign that he is very wise and is passing his knowledge down to these people at his feet. He could come in a reading asking you to pass your knowledge down to others, or for you to seek out knowledge from someone who knows more about the subject you're asking about. So whether this be, seeking out knowledge from a specific person or some kind of institution or organization. So this is the part of the Fool's journey where the Fool begins his education, where the Fool is initiated in some way. He could be, this could be something spiritual or religious. But even though the Hierophant appears as a religious figure, that doesn't necessarily mean the answer to your question is religion related. He's simply assigned to not take shortcuts or find quick solutions to your problems. So the Hierophant favors, stability, learning, and long-term practice, you could say. So if you're considering a course or gaining more knowledge on a topic, but you're unsure, then the Hierophant comes out to say this will lead you to a more fulfilling career or life. This will lead you to something more fulfilling if you put the hard work in. And then in reverse, the Hierophant can represent a non-traditional path, questioning certain traditions in your life, not complying, not doing things by the book. Reversed, he can often be seen as freedom from something in your life, a sign you've broken free from something that felt like it had a strong hold on you. You've broken free from the expectations and traditions from your parents, society, the people in your life, and you've chosen your own path. If you haven't broken free, but you have those feelings of being restricted around certain rules and regulations in your life, it can be a sign, coming out in reverse, it can be a sign to break free from that. This can also be a sign that you are your own teacher. The answers you seek are inside of you. A sign to not take what others say as gospel and trust yourself. Sometimes reversed, he can also be a sign that you are ignoring some kind of knowledge being passed down to you, some kind of knowledge from a wise or more experienced person in your life, but it depends on the surrounding cards and, the feeling you get when he comes out in reverse. Next, we have the Lovers. I need to cover this one up. The Lovers is the number 6 card on the Fool's journey. And this is when the Fool is looking for love. This card is associated with the star sign Gemini. And upright, it represents uniting and becoming one with someone. This is the perfect card to receive if you're asking about love. It can suggest attraction, duality, harmony, passion, aligned values. You can see the 2 people here are standing in a beautiful garden. They are naked, not that you can see that because I've covered it up. They're the rules on YouTube at the moment. But you can also see the angel up in the sky, who is said to be Archangel Raphael. And Archangel Raphael is said to be the angel watching over those who are seeking out a soulmate. So he can help with matchmaking, but he also represents the higher self in this card. Regardless, it's fitting that Raphael is in this particular card, because the Lovers upright can be about a romance coming into your life, a blooming romance, or a current romantic connection that's going well, that's real and lasting. But regardless, it is a sign of a harmonious, equal connection, either coming in or already being in your life, depending on your question. The Lovers card coming upright in a reading can also be a sign of choices, making some kind of important choice, a major choice in your life. So if you're finding yourself at a crossroads, having to make an important choice, and the Lovers comes up upright, then you are being asked to go with the choice that feels right in your heart, to connect with your higher self. Get clear on your values and beliefs and assess what it is your heart truly desires, what feels right in your soul, and go with that choice. So the Lovers upright can be a sign of bringing two things together that appear to be in opposition. For example, if you're asking about, I don't know, like if you're asking about a difficult co-worker, someone that seems to be causing a lot of problems at work for you, and the Lovers comes up, then this may be a sign to come together with this person, try work in harmony with them to create something whole and great. But yes. And then in reverse, the Lovers reversed is an indication of a strained relationship, of feelings not being mutual or being out of sync with your partner. This could be communication issues. It could be anything. It may be a sign of a connection in your life that has this lack of respect, like full of arguments and conflict. The Lovers in reverse can be a sign to leave that connection because it's not in your best interest. Not always, but it can be. It can also be a sign that you need to look within for more self-love and self-respect. You may be having internal conflicts around love, and the Lovers in reverse asks you to look within for self-love and self-respect. The Lovers reverse can also be an indication of regret around a past decision you made, the loss of someone you truly love or something you truly love, and you feel, something that you felt passionate about. So the Lovers in reverse can be an indication of you going with what logically makes sense and what others expect of as well. A sign of you not following your heart, of you not doing what feels right to you. Next, we have the Chariot, and the Chariot is number 7 of the Fool's journey. The Fool understands more now and is ready to move forward decisively. The Chariot is associated with the star sign Cancer, and upright, the Chariot is all about action and determination, about change, and being focused and moving forwards out of his comfort zone in order to find success. You can see the star on his crown there, and the star on his crown represents success. He's standing in his power. He has ambition. He has drive. He has the willpower and strength to move forwards on his journey. You can also see the town in the background there behind him. The town is what he's leaving behind, his safety bubble, his comfort zone, but he's leaving his comfort zone in a very controlled and focused way. He is ready for the next phase. You can see the black sphinx and the white sphinx at the front here. The black representing the moon, the unconscious mind, and the white representing the sun, the conscious mind. So these sphinxes are trying to lead the Chariot in two different directions, but he is taking control of both subconscious and conscious, and using his determination and willpower to steer down the path he wants to go. So the Chariot is a sign of journeys ahead. It can be a sign of literally traveling, like a travel opportunity coming up, or moving location, moving house. It can also come as a message to maintain your focus and clear out any clutter that's getting in your way. The Chariot upright is a sign of purpose, maintaining a clear mind and focusing. The Chariot says you have the power to succeed in whatever you're asking about. And then in reverse, This card is an indication that you likely feel stuck on something. You don't feel like you have any real direction at all, and you're lacking that focus and self-control around something in your life. You feel like you can't move forward on something. You feel like you've lost control. You've lost focus. It can also be a sign that you're letting any challenges or obstacles affect you too much. You're letting challenges get in the way of where you want to be, of your goals and dreams. You lack that determination and willpower to push past the challenges put in your way. So the Chariot reverse can also be a sign that things are moving forward rapidly. Sometimes it can be an indication that things are moving forward rapidly and you feel like you have no control over it. Like you feel like you have no control over this rapid movement. You feel like there's nothing you can do. You feel like things are going in the wrong direction and everything is certain to crash down around you. You want to turn around. You want to go back to where you were. You don't like this path you're on. It can also be a sign of that in reverse. Next, we have Strength. And Strength is the 8th card on the Fool's journey, and this is the part of the journey where the Fool needs to develop that inner strength even when obstacles are put in his path. It's associated with the Leo sign, obviously being the lion, and contrary to the name of the card, it doesn't specifically mean physical strength, depending on your question, of course, but you can see the woman in this card has tamed the lion here. She's tamed that lion. The lion has its tail between its legs. He's submitting. He looks more like a pet than a scary wild animal. And so what strength actually represents is having that inner strength to face any obstacles that are put in your path, having that courage and patience to move forward even in hard times, having confidence, patience, and perseverance when dealing with difficult situations or people. Strength is also about having compassion. The woman in this card appears to really care for the lion, even though it was likely scary and wild at some point. But she tamed it, she cared for it, and she's been patient with it. And this need to develop that patience and compassion doesn't necessarily refer to another person in your life. It can also mean being patient with yourself, caring for yourself, having compassion for yourself. But strength comes as a reminder that the universe has your back. You are stronger than you think. The sentence coming to me right now is, with patience, courage, and understanding, I will get through this. It does not have to be forced. With patience, courage, and understanding, I will get through this. It does not have to be forced. So strength brings that understanding to not force things, be calm, be patient, and allow the situation to play its course with gentle encouragement or gentle persuasion. Strength comes up in readings as reassurance that you will be able to achieve your goals. You will be able to overcome your fears. You just need to have compassion, patience, and that sheer willpower. And then in reverse, strength is a sign of you not tapping into your inner strength. You may be letting fear and anxiety get in the way of achieving your goals, or you may be trying to force the issue rather than let it unfold with gentle encouragement. Strength reversed will come up in readings if you don't trust that something is going to happen for you. Hence those feelings of wanting to force the issue, like you feel like it may not happen, so you have to force it. It can also be a sign that you're letting someone in your life have power over you. You are letting someone in your life either control you or make you feel inadequate in some way. If that is the case, strength reversed comes as a reminder to stay away from people that make you feel small and spend time with people who lift you up, who make you feel good about yourself. Another viewpoint, depending on the question, and you're going to hear me say that a lot, depending on the question. You'll hear me say that a lot throughout this video. But strength reverse can also come out if you are being a bit wild with your emotions, if you're yelling, exploding, if you're a bit unhinged, aggressive even. So if you're acting without really thinking about it and letting your wild side explode all over the people and situations in your life, of course, if you're asking about a particular person, it could also be a sign of how they act. But often this comes as a, yeah, if it comes out in reverse, it can mean this as well. And again, be patient, find that inner strength. Next we have the Hermit. The Hermit is the moment in the Fool's journey where the Fool wants to find answers to some deep, deep questions. This is card number 9 and is associated with the star sign Virgo. And upright, the Hermit is all about spiritual growth and going deep within oneself to find answers. It's that need to be alone. The Hermit's that need to be alone. You can see the man is standing alone on top of this icy mountain with only his lantern to light his way. And so he knows that he must dig deep at this time. The man in this card understands that he's not going to be able to see everything at once. He's not going to have all of the answers straight away. He knows he must move forward with this lantern with only a small amount of light leading the way. The star in the Hermit's lantern, I don't know if you can see that, but that's actually the star. The star in his lantern is the seal of Solomon, which is a symbol of wisdom. He's using the lantern to light the way and discover more about himself. And so when the Hermit comes out upright in a reading, this is an indication that you may need to spend more time alone. You may need to go within and contemplate what it is you're asking about, the question you're asking. Look for that inner guidance. Be still and do that soul searching. This is a sign to take time for yourself and disconnect from whatever it is that you're doing. It's that understanding that everything you need is within you. This need to disconnect could be in relation to work, to love, to a project in your life, whatever it is you're asking about. The Hermit comes up in a reading to say, withdraw, work on yourself, heal, and look for that inner guidance. Slow down and ask yourself what it is that you really want. And then if the Hermit comes out in reverse, this may be a sign that you're spending too much time alone. You need to get back out in the world and face your responsibilities. Stop isolating yourself. The Hermit reverse can be a sign you are isolating yourself too much from others, from the world, and it's time to get back out there. It's all well and good to spend time alone, to recharge, to connect with yourself. But when the Hermit comes out in reverse, this is Spirit's way of saying now is the time to put yourself back out into the world. You spent too much time in isolation. However, in reverse, it can also indicate you feel alone, but not intentionally. You may feel it's difficult to connect with others in your life or with the person you're asking about. But the Hermit reversed can be an indication that you or the person you're asking about are feeling lonely, distant from others, or rejected from someone in particular. A sign that a person wants that connection, but they don't feel connected, essentially. Obviously, it depends on your question, but for the most part, the Hermit in reverse says stop avoiding and start socializing. Surround yourself with people that make you feel good. We next have the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune is card number 10. And after that inner reflection, the Fool has taken on his journey past the Hermit card, he comes to the Wheel of Fortune, a sign that the Fool is ready to take action again. No one star sign is associated with the Wheel of Fortune, but you can see the 4 creatures in each corner of the card here. You can see those 4 creatures. These animals are associated with the fixed signs of the zodiac. So Aquarius, Scorpio, Taurus and Leo? I've done that the wrong way. Taurus and Leo, yes. Yeah, that's right. But yes, the Fool understands now that everything changes and nothing stays the same, which is essentially what the Wheel of Fortune is. The wheel is always turning. You can see the wheel in the middle of the card is covered in all of these symbols, all of those symbols, and the Sphinx at the top of the wheel is about wisdom and strength. So there are a lot of symbols and imagery in this card, but essentially upright, the Wheel of Fortune comes into a reading much of the time when you've had a bad run, when things have not been going your way, and it comes into a reading to tell you your luck is changing. The good karma is coming. Fortune and abundance is coming. Positive change is coming for you. So the Wheel of Fortune upright asks you to let go and really embrace the change that's coming in your life. It's a positive and good thing. The universe has a plan for you. Your destiny awaits. What you've been manifesting is on its way. Change is coming. However, no matter, just a little disclaimer, no matter how the Wheel of Fortune lands, it is a reminder that nothing ever stays the same, as I said. So the wheel is always turning. Without lows, there would be no highs. Everything is temporary. And so upright, the universe is asking you to really embrace this positive change coming, this good luck and abundance. And reversed, again, it's a reminder that the wheel is always turning. Nothing stays the same. But where upright, the Wheel of Fortune is about good luck, destiny, and, positive change, reversed, the Wheel of Fortune is about negative and unwelcome change. On a positive note, though, in reverse, it may be a sign that a negative experience you've had is coming to an end, depending on your question. But for the most part, the Wheel of Fortune reversed is a sign you may be feeling rather unlucky around what you're asking about. The Wheel of Fortune in reverse can be a sign that a challenging change is coming, some kind of obstacle or hardship, something you may be avoiding perhaps, or something you really don't want to happen, something you don't want to experience or be put through. You don't want to have to adjust your life to whatever this change is. It's unwelcome and it's not wanted. So the Wheel of Fortune reverse comes to say you need to really take control of your situation and take ownership for it. Stop resisting the change. Stop resisting the lesson. This is likely a karmic lesson for you, and learning from it rather than resisting it will help you to evolve and move past it. But as I said, remember, no matter how this card lands, everything is temporary and nothing stays the same. So this unwelcome experience will not be forever, and the wheel will turn again. Next, we have Justice. Justice is card number 11. It's associated with the air sign Libra. Justice is the part of the Fool's journey where he needs to take responsibility for his actions. He needs to understand cause and effect. What goes around comes around. He needs to understand karma. The Fool learns about weighing up the options he has. He learns about fairness. He learns about balance. You can see the scales in this person's hand here. Those scales, a sign of balance, a sign of moderation, a sign of weighing up your options. So when justice comes into a reading upright, this can be a sign that a true and fair outcome for your situation is on the horizon, a just outcome. It's a sign that if someone has treated you poorly, that this will soon be resolved. Justice reminds you to continue with what you've been working so hard on, push through the obstacle or situation, and you will win. There will be a just outcome. Often justice can come into a reading as a reference to some kind of legal battle, like some kind of legal situation that you're going through. It doesn't have to be a legal battle, though. It can be any kind of obstacle. So if you've done nothing wrong, justice upright is a sign that you will win this legal battle. However, if you have done something wrong, if you have wronged someone in some way, then justice coming up in a reading may be a sign that you will have to face the consequences to your actions. Justice upright is all about people receiving their karma. If someone treated you unfairly, then this will be resolved. If you treated someone unfairly, then this will also be resolved in a just way, where you may have a lesson to learn. But justice is all about you get what you give. You get what you give. The sword in his hand, in this person's hand, is a representation of logic and order. It represents a strong and final decision or a final result around your situation, an unemotional, necessary, and fair result. So if you're asking about some kind of decision you need to make and justice comes up upright, then this is a sign to follow your truth, be fair and true, and find balance. You may need to weigh up both sides of this decision. Justice asks you to remain impartial, to persist, to not be intimidated, to emotionally distance yourself from the decision and really think about it logically and fairly. Ask yourself what's best for the highest good here. Remain impartial and don't play favorites. Put your emotions aside for a moment. And then in reversed, the reverse justice is all about dealing with an unjust situation, dealing with an unfair situation. It's about someone in your life appearing like they're getting away with something, like they aren't having to face the consequences to their actions and they're just getting away with it. It could also come up if you or someone in your life have been wronged, accused of something. People are throwing around rumors about you that just aren't true. Or it could mean you are letting either your emotions or other people in your life get in the way of you making a fair and right decision. Cause and effect. Cause and effect. You may be letting something control the outcome, your ego. It could be your ego or a person in your life. But you aren't taking accountability for your actions. You're avoiding, you're hiding. You may be hiding something in the hopes that no one in your life finds out. You may be avoiding resolving some kind of situation in your life with justice in reverse. But essentially, if justice comes out in reverse, it can be a reminder to take responsibility for your actions and make things right. Next, we have the Hanged Man, and the Hanged Man is card number 12 in the Fool's Journey. This is part of the Fool's Journey where his world has been turned upside down. You can see the man in this card is hanging upside down here. The Fool feels like he has been left in limbo, like things have been put on hold. But he's coming to the realization that he needs to simply surrender. He's having a bit of an awakening and understands that he needs to look at the obstacles or experiences in front of him from another perspective. He needs to pause, hit the brakes, and think about things. If you notice, the man appears to be content and calm. Look at his face. He's not too worried about putting everything on hold for now, being stuck in limbo in a way. He understands that he needs to slow down, look at the situation from a new perspective, from a different angle, and reach that enlightenment. You can see the light around his head. This halo around his head, that represents becoming enlightened, becoming more aware, and seeing things differently. So when the Hanged Man comes into a reading upright, it can be an indication of indecision around a situation, and it is an opportunity to change your perspective on something, view the situation from a different angle. It can also be a reminder to stop forcing matters, to slow down and let things run their course. And then in reverse, the Hanged Man can be a sign that projects or your career are coming to an abrupt pause, or you feel like your career is going nowhere. It can also be a sign that you're feeling trapped in a relationship. The Hanged Man in reverse can be a sign that you're procrastinating over a decision you need to make, but it really depends on the question you're asking. If you've already felt in limbo around something or felt like everything has been on hold for you and the Hanged Man comes out in reverse, this can be a great sign that now is the time to move forward. Now is the time to take action on whatever you're asking about, a new job, a lover, an investment. However, if you haven't felt like things have been on pause for a while, the Hangman reverse can also be an indication that you are fighting that need to look at your situation in a different way. You may be acting a little stubborn around something and not opening your mind to another way of thinking, to another way of being. You may be keeping busy and trying to distract yourself from the issue. It can also be an indication that you feel like you are sacrificing much of your time and getting nothing in return. You are sacrificing much of your career, but not getting much in return, sacrificing much in your love life, but not getting much in return. Reversed, it can mean many things like all of the cards, but essentially the Hanged Man in reverse is resisting making a decision, procrastination, stalling, refusing to look at a situation from another perspective. So reverse, the Hanged Man asks you to act and to face the issue. Death is the next card, number 13. It's associated with the zodiac sign Scorpio and is all about endings and new beginnings. Death is about transformation. This card can often be seen as a negative, scary card for those who don't know tarot, obviously because it's called death, but very rarely is it associated with actual death. This is the part of the Fool's journey where he's letting go of things that he's outgrown. He's transitioning towards a new way of being. So this is the ending of an old chapter of the Fool's life and the start of a new chapter, hence the word death. It's essentially a big change, a big ending, and a transition towards something new. It makes sense that people who don't know tarot fear this card. In the picture, you can see a skeleton in armor riding along, and this dead king on the ground. There's a dead king there. What else have we got? These people appear to be begging with him. The Pope in this card actually represents outdated beliefs, and the child here is a sign of new beginnings, a sign of innocence. But death is essentially purification, letting go of old beliefs, removing that no longer serves you. And the white rose on death's banner is a sign of immortality and purification as well, like the white horse. And if you remember in the Fool card, the first card in tarot, the Fool is carrying a white rose representing purity and innocence as well. Purity and innocence. Purity and innocence. So like much of the Arcana, the flower on death's banner is tied to death and rebirth, being purified and having a new beginning. So when death comes out upright in a reading, this is a sign that there is a major phase in your life coming to an end. You can't escape this change and you need to let go of that aspect of your life. Let go of any self-limiting beliefs or insecurities and face this new phase of your life with courage. Death is about out with the old and in with the new. And death upright asks you to be brave because there is a greater purpose for you ahead, and it's time to let go and move to the next chapter of your life. Reversed, death may be a sign that you are resisting a meaningful change in your life. You are reluctant to let go of something, even though that thing that you don't want to let go of is no longer serving you and is not in your best interest. This could be around a job, a love interest, or it can be, negative thoughts and views around a situation. Like feeling quite negative emotionally. It really can be anything, but it's an indication that you are not letting go. You may be worried about letting go of the past or unsure about this next chapter, and so you're holding on. You are resisting the transition. If death comes out in reverse for you, it's a sign that you really need to evaluate the way you've been facing change in your life. Depending on the question, death reverse can sometimes also be a sign that you are going through an internal transformation that no one else in your life is aware of. But in most cases, you will know if that's the case. For the most part, death reversed is simply about resisting change. And Temperance. Temperance is number 14 and is associated with the zodiac sign Sagittarius. And this is part of the Fool's journey where he has discovered patience, peace, and harmony. He is looking for that balance and moderation in his life. So when Temperance comes out upright in a reading, you may be being asked to evaluate what you've been prioritizing in your life and look for more balance. It can be a sign to find a quiet space, meditate, and listen to your inner voice. Look for more clarity around whatever you're asking. Temperance may come into a reading to say you've been working too hard, you need more self-care, or it may come into a reading to say you've been overindulging, you need more balance and moderation in your life. You can see the 2 cups in the angel's hands here. The angel is combining those 2 liquids into one. And so temperance can be about bringing 2 very different things together to create something new. This could be bringing 2 people together in love if you're asking about a love interest. But temperance asks you to be patient and have respect for you and your love interests differences. It may also be a sign to make more time for your current partner if you're single. But Temperance is a sign to be patient, remain calm, don't rush, and be open-minded when it comes to love. In a career sense, Temperance can be about trying out new and different ideas and merging them with current processes. It can be a sign to get more information or learn more about your co-workers so that your workplace runs more smoothly. But no matter what, Temperance asks you to find more balance. You can see the angel has one foot on the rock, a reminder to remain grounded, and one foot in the water, a reminder to harmoniously be at one and in flow with your situation. Have patience. You can see the path in the background leading up to the bright light here in the sky. And this is a sign to stay on your true path, stick with your purpose, what you feel called to do. You may have a clear long-term vision of what you want out of your life. And Temperance asks you to stick with that. You can also see the third eye on top of the angel's head. And the third eye represents clarity. And with that long-term vision, Temperance says, stick to it, be patient, remember balance and moderation, and remain calm on your journey. Don't rush and you will be successful. Reversed, Temperance is about failure to find balance, being impulsive, hasty, and possibly reckless, being impatient. Life does not feel like it's in flow. There may be stress and anxiety here, talking negative to yourself. You may be going to extremes, rushing and making reckless decisions in order to find happiness. But what you don't realize is that this hasty decision making is hindering your true purpose. You may be making reckless decisions regarding your workplace or regarding love. It can be anything really. But when Temperance comes out in reverse, there is a lack of purpose, a lack of a long-term plan. Temperance in reverse can sometimes be a sign that two things are not destined to come together, at least not for the time being. Remembering what I was saying about the two cups here, bringing two things together. With the cups now upside down, this can be a sign that those two different things are just too different to merge into one. So Temperance in reverse asks you to reflect and ask yourself what needs to change to find balance and purpose in your life. Ask yourself, what is my long-term goal? And then next we have the Devil. I need to get something to cover him up. So the Devil is the next card. And this is card number 15 of the Fool's Journey. It's associated with the zodiac sign Capricorn. And this is the part of the Fool's Journey where he's dealing with temptation. He is being seduced by the material world, material things. And, you know, this isn't always a bad card, but I'll get to the good in a moment because most people do associate it with, you know, bad. So when the Devil comes out upright into a reading, this is often a warning that it is now time to sever those chains. You probably can't see because it's covered up, but there's chains there. It's time to sever those chains that are holding you back. And this could simply be a negative person in your life. You can see the couple in the Devil card are much like the couple in the Lovers card. However, they have horns and a tail and they're chained up. They aren't free. And so the Devil is about choice, a choice you need to make. Do you choose to continue with this toxicity or do you choose to free yourself from it? In love readings, this can be a sign of obsession and attachment, codependency. It can be a sign of having no boundaries. But the flip side of the Devil in relationships, it's also a sign of passion and desire, lust. So it's not always a bad card. You may just need to clarify. But yeah, so if you don't have toxicity in your life, the Devil can be a nudge to enjoy life's pleasures as well if you don't have that toxicity. So you may have been working too hard or shutting yourself away from the world too much. You may be unhappy. And in this case, the Devil tells you to go out, have fun, spoil yourself. But, you know, as a whole, the devil upright asks you to examine anything in your life that's having a negative impact on you and remove the chains that are holding you back. And then in reverse, the devil is actually a better card to get in reverse. This is a sign you or a person in your life are coming to the realization that something is in fact toxic. You are realizing that you were in denial around something. You were not facing it. You're becoming, that realization is coming, and you are becoming open to a new perspective and more willing to change for the better, more willing to face your fears and move through that darkness. So reverse the devil is a sign of cutting toxic cords, releasing any limiting beliefs, and freeing yourself. So shadow work is what comes to mind with the devil in reverse, going really deep, working through the darkness, facing those shadows, those qualities that you didn't want to face in the past, and working on them. Next we have the Tower. The Tower is card number 16 and is associated with the zodiac sign Aries or Aries. It can be associated with Scorpio also. I associate it with Scorpio, but do your research, make your own assumptions. This is part of the Fool's journey where his life is going to monumentally be shaken up. You can see the lightning bolt coming down here from the sky, and it's hit the tower. It's lit the tower on fire, and the people in the tower are flying out, not knowing where they're going to land. So upright, the tower represents a big change, and this doesn't always have to be a bad change, but regardless of what kind of change it is going to shake your world up. From a positive perspective, it could be a change like a proposal of marriage, a promotion, or buying your dream home. But often the tower is associated with a hard change. It can represent a loss of control, like a massive change that's overdue and the universe is giving you a reality check. You can see the tower here is not built on solid foundation. It's not built on solid foundation, it's built on a cliff top. A sign that something in your life is not solid, is not right, is not for you. And the crown on top of the tower up here, that little crown there, the crown on top of the tower represents achievement and power. And that's being blasted off the tower while the people here fall from it. And so when the tower comes through in a reading, it is often a sign that something shocking and wild is coming. You are going to lose a sense of power and control in the process. This is a change you can't control. Tower moments are a time of growth and a time of spiritual awakenings. So if you do get the tower in a love or career reading, I would recommend clarifying it with another card. For example, you know, were the Lovers and the Ten of Cups to come out, this would be a positive sign, a proposal perhaps, and it will shake your world up. It will be a change. It will be crazy, but it's good, it's positive. And I don't know, if the Devil and the Ten of Swords came out, then this would be a sign that your career or love life is coming to an end. It's toxic, it's no good. But in reverse, the Tower can be a sign that you fear the change coming. You may be resisting change and delaying what has to happen in order for you to move forward in your life. But it can also be a sign that you're questioning your own personal beliefs, questioning your life purpose, going through a huge personal transformation. Reverse the Tower can be about an internal shakeup for you, like an internal one going on inside of you. A shakeup going inside of you that will mean big changes in your beliefs and the way you live your life. But when the Tower comes out in reverse, it asks you to not resist this change, deal with the change now before it turns into something bigger. The Star is number 17 and is associated with the zodiac sign Aquarius. So after the shakeup from the Tower, the Fool is now ready to heal, to have faith and find peace. The woman in this card is naked. You can't see it because I've had to cover her body due to YouTube rules. But the nakedness represents no longer hiding, being completely yourself, exposing yourself to the world, being open and vulnerable in a way, and no longer hiding behind a mask. So the big yellow star represents your individuality. You are who you are at your core. And the 7 small stars in the sky surrounding it represent the 7 chakras. And so when the star comes out upright in a reading, it's a sign of healing and renewal, following your life purpose and maintaining who you are, your true, most authentic self, and connecting with your higher self. So you can see the woman has 1 foot in the water and 1 foot on the ground here, a sign of remaining grounded and practical, but also staying connected with your intuition. So the star upright comes as a reminder that you are on the right path. You may be at a stage in life where you're trying to rediscover yourself, rediscover some kind of passion. And the star says, have courage, have faith. Even if your path ahead feels a little uncertain, you are going the right way. You just need to have faith and remain steady as you move forward on this journey. There is peace entering your life. This is the calm after the storm. So the star says, keep looking for guidance and anything is possible. You are healing and good things are coming. And then in reverse, the star is a sign that you may be lacking hope and faith at this time. You feel overwhelmed. You don't trust the universe in some way. You feel uninspired and disengaged from your situation. There's a loss of faith that's clouding your thoughts and feelings, and this loss of faith is affecting the way you're approaching your situation when the star's in reverse. You may doubt your romantic relationship is the real deal. You may doubt that your career is getting you anywhere. You may be questioning your spiritual beliefs. But whatever it is that you're asking about, when the star comes out in reverse, you are being guided to take some time out and take care of yourself. Try connecting with what's important to you. And ask for help from your loved ones if you're feeling exhausted. Next, we have the moon. And the moon is the 18th card of the Fool's Journey, and it's associated with the zodiac sign Pisces. This is where the Fool is confused by something. He's feeling uncertain. Something is not clear, and he can't see the path ahead. So after the peace and calm of the star, the Fool now finds himself questioning a lot of things. Something doesn't feel right to him. Something is not what it seems. So when the moon comes out upright in a reading, this is often a sign that either you or someone in your life is stuck in some kind of fantasy and not seeing things clearly, not seeing the situation as it really is. The imagination is running a little wild, it's dark, and you can only see what the light's shining down from the moon is allowing you to see. Questioning, you're questioning what's out there. What's out there past, that small amount of light that the moon's illuminating on your path. And that light is not much to go off. So you're asking yourself what's in the darkness and potentially making up stories in your head because you can't see everything in plain sight. So this card is incredibly complicated. It's a very complex card. If this card comes out when you're asking about a person in your life, it may be an indication that they are not what they seem. You may need to ask yourself if you can really trust this person. And if the moon comes out in relation to career, then this may be a sign that work is incredibly unpredictable and perhaps a co-worker is working against you. You can see the little crayfish or the lobster down here, and this lobster represents you. And you can see the long windy path ahead that the lobster has to travel. He has to make his way past this dog and this wolf. The dog represents your tamed and domestic self, and the wolf represents your wild, untamed, instinctual self. And the pillars in the distance are what you don't know. Like, you don't know what's past those pillars. You can't see that far ahead. So the moon can be an indication that you're projecting fear into your current situation based off past experiences. And this could be on a subconscious or conscious level. But regardless of what your question is about, the moon is an indication that you are not confident about your situation. You feel left in the dark and you're confused. You are uncertain. And then reverse, the moon can be a sign that things are coming to light. You are dealing with your situation, listening to your inner voice, working through your fears and your confusion and overcoming it, overcoming those negative feelings. Another interpretation of the moon reverse can also be that you're misinterpreting the situation, you are overly paranoid and the situation is getting darker, which is why I would suggest a clarifying card when the moon comes out. It really is a very complex card. So if you don't intuitively know what message this card is trying to convey when it comes out, definitely clarify it with another tarot card. But next we have the Sun. The Sun, the dark days are over. The Sun is the 19th card of the Fool's Journey. And this is part of the Fool's Journey where the Fool has passed the confusion of the Moon card. He's traveled down the long road and found enlightenment. He feels happy, he feels strong, he is full of energy and excitement. So like the child in this picture, you can see, you can see the child has a smile here. The child is, the child's a sign of innocence and joy. The child is also completely naked, which is making me think I need to cover him up too. One moment. Yeah, so the child is also completely naked. And that's the same like the woman in the star card. But another sign that he has nothing to hide. The sunflowers in the background are a sign of growth and happiness. They are in full bloom. The seeds have been planted. They've pushed up through the dark soil. They've been nurtured and watered, and they have grown up towards the light. A sign the darkness is over and light is ahead. The white horse that the little child is riding is a symbol of strength. So when you see the sun upright in a reading, this is a sign that joy and happiness is ahead. It's a sign the dark times are over, as I said, a sign that no matter what you've been through, everything will get better. It's a promise of success, of happiness, of energy, of love, of good health. It's a sign that joy is coming to you and that the future is bright and full of opportunities. And reversed, the sun can be a sign that you're struggling to see the brighter side. It's not a bad card in reverse because it's saying that good, bright, joyful things are there, but you just don't see them. So you're struggling to see the good in your life. In some cases, it can be a sign of depression, feeling left out, alone, unhappy, not liking your situation, but because you're not seeing the good. Or, it could be a sign you feel unexcited and bored. You're finding it difficult to see the positives in your life. It can also be a sign that you are being overly confident or optimistic around something, like to the point you aren't presenting the truth to the world. You're being unrealistic, essentially. Your ego is blocking you from happiness, from your true self when the sun is in reverse. Judgment is the 20th card. And it represents a rising awareness, a spiritual awakening, and it is the second last card of the Fool's Journey. The journey is almost over. So the Fool has been reborn. He's worked past any of his egotistical ways and he's moving out of his comfort zone towards his higher self. You can see these people are coming up from the coffins, and the coffin represents your old life, your old self, and the angel up here represents your higher self, following that inner calling. So when judgment comes out upright in a reading, you are being encouraged to have more awareness. Understand you are meant for so much more. You are reflecting on your actions and looking to understand yourself more, weighing up your actions to ensure they are in line with your true values and beliefs. So you can learn from your mistakes and move forward with more awareness and positivity. You are essentially leveling up when judgment comes out. You are leveling up. Leveling up in relation to career, in relation to anything. Judgment is a sign that you feel pulled towards a new direction in your career. If you're asking about career, pulled towards something that feels more purposeful to you. You may have a sudden need to change careers. It may also be a sign that you're being watched and evaluated at work, but it really depends on the question you're asking. So It may come into a love reading to say you or your person need to make some changes. You need to appreciate each other more and communicate more openly and honestly. But Judgment upright is essentially a reminder to learn from your situation, the situation you've been through in the past, really reflect, make any changes in your life that no longer serve you, and move forward with a fresh perspective. And then reversed, Judgment is a sign you are too hard on yourself in relation to mistakes or missed opportunities. You're too hard on yourself. You are feeling you didn't do enough, you didn't work hard enough on something. You're overly criticizing and judging yourself or someone else in your life, depending on the question. But there's over criticizing going on here. Blaming yourself, blaming your partner, blaming a friend, family member, colleague. It can also be a sign that you or someone in your life are refusing to see things for what they are, refusing to take responsibility for mistakes. So reversed Judgment can also be about not liking change, wanting things to stay just as they are. In which case your advice would be to not doubt yourself. Often those who don't like change are this way because they doubt themselves, and this way of thinking will mean missed opportunities and a lack of growth. We're on to the last card, and I know this card needs to be covered up, so the final card of the Fool's Journey, card number 21, the World. And the World is associated with all zodiac signs. But as you can see, the imagery here, the man, Aquarius, the eagle, the water sign Scorpio, and then we've got the bull is Taurus and the lion is Leo. So often the World is associated with fixed signs, much like the Wheel of Fortune. But the World, the Fool, has achieved a type of wholeness and knowingness and reached a level of fulfillment in his current situation and is ready for the next chapter. The Fool is victorious. He has matured to a level like none other. He has gone through a huge learning cycle. And although this cycle has not been easy, the Fool has transformed on such a level that has brought much reward, achievement, and success to his life. So upright, the World is about closing out an old chapter and starting something new. It's about completion. It's the end of an era. You have worked so hard and now you can see all of that hard work has paid off. It's time to congratulate yourself for what you've accomplished when the World comes out. And now with the success of this part of your life complete, a new cycle is beginning, or a new cycle is on the horizon. In a relationship context, the World could be a sign of an engagement or marriage, moving to the next chapter of your relationship. It can also be a sign of travel. Perhaps you're about to have the good fortune of being able to finally book that trip you've always wanted. In a career sense, the World is a great sign. Your hard work has or will pay off and you'll feel more fulfilled and happy on the road ahead. But the World comes as encouragement to stick to course because you will be successful and it will be worth the hard work. The World is accomplishment, fulfillment, and completion. And then in reverse, if the World comes out in reverse, then this is a sign that you're holding onto a cycle of your life that is ready to close. You are too attached to something that is no longer serving you. That's no longer for your highest good. You're struggling to say goodbye to something in your life. It can also be a sign that you haven't yet done what you need to do to reach completion on this part of your journey. There are still loose ends to tie up. For example, you may have been given a significant task or project at work that's been really running you through the ringer, and so you've been putting in only small bits of your energy towards the project, trying to get it done with the least amount of effort as possible. Perhaps you're trying to cut some corners in order to just get it done, and the World reversed asks you to not cut corners. The World reversed says, do not cut any corners. Do the job properly. If you feel you're losing focus around completing something in your life, then the World reversed asks you to try to really focus because you are nearly there. But that's it. it for the major arcana. After the world comes and we close that chapter, we then start a new chapter and the Fool comes back around. The beginning of a new cycle. I'm now going to do a quick story time with the major arcana, an example of the Fool's journey. So having gone through the meanings of the major arcana, I wanted to do a bit of a story time and follow the Fool on his journey. So I thought of this example just now and I'm going to use it. And the example of this particular Fool's journey we're going to do is you've decided to quit your desk job because there's no work-life balance and you are unhappy. So you're starting something entirely new, something you've never done before. You have made this fearless decision to leave a job that you weren't happy in. You are opening up a business of your own. A clothing brand. Let's say it's a clothing brand. You've decided to make your own clothing brand and sell your designs online. So you're completely jumping into the unknown. You feel good about it. This is a fresh new start and you have faith that it will all work out. Yes, it's a risk, but you're feeling bold and you're ready for a new beginning. You're using all of the tools at your disposal to get this business up and running. You are totally and completely stepping into your power. You are standing on your own 2 feet and you know that you can be successful. You are feeling confident. You are feeling connected with your intuition. You can feel in your soul that this is the right decision for you, but you also don't want to tell everyone about it just yet. You are being very calculated around who knows about this because you don't want people being judgy. And so you are growing your business. Life feels good, you feel good, you are putting a lot of time and energy into your clothing brand, working on your designs, working on your website, really nurturing and caring for your new little business baby. Creating plans and schedules, getting all of the teeny details put in place, being very assertive and disciplined with your approach to this dream. Whoa! Getting advice from people who have their own business, really trying to learn as much as you can in order for this business to be successful. But then, let's say your mother finds out about this business venture. Your mother finds out about this, and your mother is a real traditionalist. She's very conventional in her beliefs in having a stable job, and she wants more balance and stability for you. So you have a choice to make. You have a choice to make. You are at a crossroads. What you felt so sure about, you no longer feel so sure about. You love your mother, you don't want her to be upset with you, and she's made you question whether this really is the right path for you, whether you'll be successful, whether this clothing brand will be successful. Should you go back to your old boss and grovel for your old job back, or should you continue down this path? But alas, your heart wins, and you decide to completely take the reins of your situation and move forward with your clothing brand, move forward with your passion. You have put a strategy in place, you feel more in control, and now that you've made this decision and now that your mother knows, you are full steam ahead. In fact, you decide to take a trip overseas and look at fabric and organize your supplies. You feel nervous, a little in over your head when you get overseas. Now that you've fully exposed yourself to what actually goes into producing your designs, you feel a little bit nervous, but you are strong. You are really drawing on your inner confidence. You are being patient and carefully working towards your goal. You still have your mother's voice in your ear telling you you shouldn't be doing this, but You actively take the time to really go within, reflect on your life so far, and really ask yourself, would I truly be happy were I to go back to that desk job? Then bam, your designs are out there. Your social media is organized. People are loving your designs. Your brand is getting more and more exposure. People are buying your products. The money is flowing in. There's this really great momentum going. But suddenly, a customer takes offense to one of your t-shirt slogans. They leave a bad review online and others are getting around it. You find yourself questioning whether that slogan is offensive, weighing up the pros and cons of either taking that t-shirt off the market or defending yourself, defending your design. And so you feel stuck. You don't feel your design is offensive at all, and you don't want to remove it from the website because that would show the world that you did wrong. But you also feel uncomfortable now. You feel uncomfortable with the situation. You feel stuck. Because this person has started hate online, you feel powerless, and so you feel stuck in limbo. But suddenly you have this moment. You have come to the realization that this one person's opinion doesn't matter. The t-shirt is still selling like crazy. Other people are really getting around it and they love it. And suddenly, after much thought and contemplation, you feel this sense of release. You feel this sense of release. It's like you let go of an old skin and completely transform. You feel cleansed. And it's not that you're no longer worried about offending people. It's that you understand now that there's always going to be haters. And this realization has helped you to completely let go of part of yourself that was holding you back, that part of yourself that cared so much what others think. It feels like you are moving on to another chapter of you, a more self-assured and confident you. And so the business is booming. You are completely run off your feet. You have brought more people on to assist with the day-to-day, to provide extra ideas for designs. You're trying out new designs, working with new people. Your business is expanding. But you're struggling a little to find a work-life balance. You really are trying to continue to progress your business, continue to expand, continue to evolve because you feel so passionately about this, but the balance isn't quite right. You can't seem to find a method that flows. So you start taking pills to keep you awake. You have so much to do and so little time. So you think, I'll just pop this little pill. I don't need them all the time, but if I take that little pill every now and then to keep me awake, then I can work into the night. I can make more designs and process more orders. And suddenly you have lost your appetite, you aren't eating, you start suffering from insomnia, you feel agitated all of the time, your health is going downhill, and because of this, your business is struggling. It appears that your business is falling apart. People don't like the new designs. Your employees are fed up with the way everything's being handled in the workplace, and it feels like everything is falling apart. This shakeup has forced you to slow down and heal yourself, to get the support and guidance you need to look after your health mentally and physically. Even though you've been through some very dark times, you still have faith you can get things back on track. But it's quite a long journey. You still feel cloudy on how to get back to what you once had. There's darkness there, parts of yourself, that you need to explore in order to be sure that this toxic side of yourself doesn't return. But you do. You decide to face the darkness and you decide to continue to heal. And after all that hard work, after seeking out the support you needed, after all that self-discovery, you find light. You have shed light on your shadows, you have faced the darkness, you have healed, and you find joy once again. You go back to work with a clear mind, a positive attitude. You're looking on the bright side. Once again, your people are so happy you're back and you're happy to be working with them again. You have managed to find a work-life balance by delegating more and employing more staff. You are in a good place. What you thought you wanted from this business has changed. You got so stuck in making money, in being successful, in having control of everything that you forgot that you started this clothing brand because it inspired you and it brought you joy. The reason you left your old desk job in the first place is because you were run off your feet, you were exhausted. And so this recent experience changes you. This recent experience changes you. You have had a big wake-up call and you are now willing to let go of the need to control everything. You have hired a manager, you begin to delegate, and you do this to ensure you're happy, fulfilled, and have the balance in your life required to thrive. And even though there is this sense of sadness around letting go of all of that control, you understand now that for your clothing brand to thrive and grow, to continue to be successful, you need to let go of that part. You need to let go of controlling every teeny aspect. So you say goodbye to the need to control everything. The new manager is great. The business is successful. You found that balance you needed and you've learned much. You are ready for the next chapter. Yeah, so that's our quick trip through the Fool's Journey. I hope it helped a little just using that example. But obviously, as I said, this cards can have many, many meanings, and that's just one example. But the Fool's Journey is essentially our journey through life, the experiences we have and what we learn and how we evolve from those experiences. But that's it there. Let's jump into the Minor Arcana. We are up to the Cups suit. And as I said in the introduction, cups are all about emotions, how you feel. They're also about inspiration and intuition, often about love. Cups are associated with water, and so they are linked with the zodiac signs Pisces, Cancer, and Scorpio. The first card is the Ace of Cups, and the Ace of Cups is a sign that something is being offered to you. Something is coming into your life. This could be something spiritual or physical, a new relationship, or it could be a sign of you learning to have more self-love, more love for yourself. And it's sometimes a sign a baby is coming. So you can see the hand reaching out here. You can see this hand reaching out of the clouds and offering you a cup. The water is overflowing out of the cup. And so upright, the Ace of Cups is a sign that an offer or opportunity is coming into your life that is going to leave you overflowing with emotion. It's going to bring much fulfillment and really open your heart. You can see the dove at the top here, the dove above the cup here. Doves are a sign of peace, of love, spirituality, renewal. So if your question is about love, then the Ace of Cups says a love offer is coming in for you. If you're already with someone, then this is a sign that your person may be falling deeply in love with you. In career readings, the Ace of Cups can be a sign that a new offer is coming or something will be offered to you that will get those creative juices flowing. The start of some kind of new project or job, perhaps. The Ace of Cups can come into a general reading as a message to start something new, follow your heart, start that creative project that brings you joy. And then in reverse, the Ace of Cups is a sign you are feeling completely drained. You can see upside down, all of the water is draining out of the cup. You may feel drained because of someone in particular in your life or simply because of the weight of everyday responsibilities. But reverse, this can be a sign that you're repressing your emotions in some way. You are unconsciously avoiding how you truly feel about a situation, or maybe consciously for some. But essentially you are avoiding something that's affecting you on an emotional level, that's draining you and leaving you feeling empty. And so if the Ace of Cups comes out in reverse, this is often a message from Spirit that you need to fill your cup, spend more time alone and do a bit of self-care. The Two of Cups. The Two of Cups is love, harmony, balance. It's associated with the zodiac sign Cancer. It can be a sign of soulmates, you finding your other half, or connecting with your higher self. It can also be a sign that you are connecting with your higher self, or you'll be going into some kind of partnership around business. It really depends on what you're asking, but most often the Two of Cups is associated with harmonious, strong connections, either already in your life or coming into your life. And this, you can see the man and woman here, like they feel strongly for one another. They feel connected. They're gazing into one another's eyes. They've got their cups there. He's reaching out to her. They feel strongly for one another. So these people can represent balance, the balance of the masculine and the feminine energy. The winged lion up here is about passion, heat. And there's also, you can't really see it, but those are supposed to be snakes coiled around the winged lion, which is a symbol of transformation. It depends what cards you look at, but they are supposed to represent snakes, which is transformation. So essentially the Two of Cups upright represents unconditional love, being on the same level with someone around values and beliefs, working together with someone in business or love, collaborating, and having really good relationships in your life. It's much like the Lovers tarot card, but being a minor arcana, it isn't as strong as a message as the Lovers. It's not as strong. And then in reverse, the reverse Two of Cups is about imbalance, bad partnerships in business or love. It can be a sign of power struggles between you and a person in your life, a sign of someone not being quite right. Something not being quite right between you and a person. There may be conflict or a lack of respect there. It can sometimes be a sign of a breakup coming between you and a romantic partner. It could also be a sign of a platonic ending to a friendship or business partnership coming to an end. On a more positive level, the Two of Cups reversed can sometimes be a sign that you are doing that inner work and learning to love yourself, to love and honor yourself, working on that self-love. But again, it depends on the question you're asking. Next, we have the Three of Cups. And the Three of Cups upright is about celebration. It's about friendship and having a good time. You can see these three women here are celebrating. They're celebrating, they're cheersing their drinks, they're happy. They appear like they're in good spirits and they are just having fun together. If the Three of Cups comes out in a reading upright, then this is Spirit trying to encourage you to go out and have fun with your friends. It can also be a sign that celebration and fun is coming into your life. A lighter, happy energy is on the horizon for you. If it comes out for singles, like a singles love reading, it may be a sign you'll meet your future romantic partner at a social event, or that a friend of yours is romantically interested in you. In career readings, the Three of Cups is a sign that something is worth celebrating. Something is coming that is worth celebrating. Perhaps a pay rise, a more positive work environment, or even a work party is coming. But essentially, upright, the Three of Cups is about friendship, community, celebrations, social events, and just fun. Reversed, the Three of Cups can be a sign of overindulging, partying too hard, going out too much, and not having much balance in your life, not looking after your health. It can also be a sign of gossip in reverse. So the Three of Cups in reverse can be about gossip, perhaps a friend talking about you behind your back, or co-workers talking about you behind your back. It can also be a sign you are ready for some quiet time. You've been socializing a lot, surrounded by a lot of people, and you need time alone. In career readings, if the Three of Cups comes out reversed, this can also be interpreted as doing it on your own. You're working on a project on your own. Like if you're working on a project and the Three of Cups comes out in reverse, this may actually be Spirit advising you to work on the project on your own independently. Again, clarify if you don't understand when cards come out. If it doesn't make sense to you, always clarify with another card. The next card we have is the Four of Cups. Upright, the Four of Cups is about contemplation. It's about scrutiny, boredom, feeling unfulfilled, not seeing offers coming to you. You can see this hand is coming out of the cloud, offering this cup to the man here. It's offering the cup to the man. There is an opportunity being waved in his face, but the man over here is so lost in thought, so focused on the negatives, that he's going to miss this opportunity coming to him. This wonderful, emotionally fulfilling opportunity is going to pass him by because he's so absorbed in all the things that aren't working in his life. He also has 3 full cups in front of him, but he's just not happy with them. And so the 4 of Cups is often it's the grass is always greener type of card. It's not that this man doesn't have positive things in his life. That's what the 3 of Cups represents. It's not like he doesn't have, like, those 3 cups represent the positive things in his life. It's not that he doesn't have them there. It's not like he doesn't have opportunities being presented to him, but he just isn't happy. He is likely comparing his situation to other people. And because of this mind frame, this lack mentality, he is unhappy and can no longer see the good in his life. So the 4 of Cups upright is about missed opportunities. Missed opportunities, it comes out in readings for you as a sign to focus, like you're focusing too much on what isn't working in your life to the point you are missing some great opportunities that the universe is providing you. So the 4 of Cups has the same meaning in both career and love readings, like your coworker, your lover, or you yourself are bored with a situation, or they are preoccupied, distracted, focused on something else, and they just aren't seeing you right now if it's in relation to like a love interest. So after the joy of the 3 of Cups, the 4 of Cups is a sign that the enjoyment has faded and someone is sad, bored, or depressed. And reversed, the 4 of Cups is a sign you are starting to make changes required to get out of that bored and sad state that you've been in. You are actively working towards a new life or a new start, working towards a better mind frame, trying to make those changes required to create a more positive, fulfilling environment, a more positive, fulfilling you. It can be a sign that you are doing or have done that inner work to understand yourself more and find that passion and inspiration for life again. The 4 of Cups reverse is essentially you getting out of a negative rut that you've been in, working towards a happier life, getting out there and looking for opportunities again. Next, we have the 5 of Cups, and the 5 of Cups upright is a sign something hasn't gone the way you planned. You are disappointed, unhappy, regretful. You feel like a failure around a past situation, but you are also too focused on this situation that didn't turn out the way you wanted. This could be the end of a relationship, stuffing up in a job interview, regretting the way you acted in a situation. It's something that just didn't turn out the way you dreamed up it would. And you can see the man in this card is really focused on the spilt cups down here. He's focused on the spilt cups, his past failures. And he's so focused on it that he isn't seeing the 2 full cups that are behind him. And those full cups represent possibilities and opportunities. So if this man stopped focusing and wallowing in his failures, if he turned around and saw these opportunities, these full cups, worked on moving on with his life, then he would also see this bridge in the background leading to this castle over here. The bridge leading to the castle, leading to home, stability, success. So if you get the 5 of Cups upright in a reading, it's a message from Spirit that you need to forgive yourself or another person for the mistakes made in the past and move on with your life. The 5 of Cups says new opportunities are waiting for you. You just aren't seeing them right now because you're stuck in the past. And then reverse, the 5 of Cups is about moving on from a past mistake or past situation, learning from that situation, healing and letting it go. The reverse 5 of Cups says you or someone in your life, it depends on the question, is coming out of a past painful situation and are ready to start new. An important karmic lesson has been learned, and you are now seeing all of the positive, wonderful opportunities the universe is providing. Next, we have the Six of Cups. And the Six of Cups is about nostalgia, childhood memories, the past. It can be about hometowns, moving home, having that feeling of home, feeling nostalgic about something from your past. But unlike the Five of Cups, the Six of Cups is about happy memories, like memories of childhood, those feelings of being free, those feelings of joy and optimism. You can see these two children pictured here, which is a sign of innocence. So often the Six of Cups comes out in a reading upright because Spirit is asking you to connect with your childhood innocence again, have fun, be free, do something that makes you happy, perhaps a past hobby or passion. But the Six of Cups asks you to remember what once brought you joy and bliss and connect with that again. In love readings, the Six of Cups can be a sign a past lover is coming back into your life. This may be someone from a past life, not necessarily a person you know in this life. So it can be a sign of soulmates as well. If you're in a relationship and it's been tough, the Six of Cups asks you to remember the good times and try to embrace that again, to try heal the connection. And then in career readings, the Six of Cups is a sign that there is a past lesson you need to remember. Something happened in your past that will benefit your future career. And as I've said throughout this video, if a card doesn't make sense to you during a reading, you can clarify it with another card. But in reverse, the Six of Cups can be a sign that you aren't moving on from the past, you're holding on to the past, you may be living in the past, you're unwilling to embrace new people, new opportunities, new experiences. It can be a sign that you've lost touch with the playful fun you've lost touch with your inner child. If the Six of Cups comes out in reverse during a reading, then this is Spirit advising you to try find the fun again, to live in the present moment and find time to be free, be silly and have fun. We then have the Seven of Cups. And the Seven of Cups upright is about many opportunities. You can see this person has all of these cups in front of him. These cups are filled with many different objects, many different things. But you'll notice these cups are sitting in the clouds. They're sitting in the clouds, a symbol that these objects, these opportunities are what this person is dreaming up. So the Seven of Cups can often be a sign that you're stuck in some kind of illusion, that these ideas that you're having or opportunities you're dreaming up may be impractical or unrealistic. This isn't always the case, but often that can be the message Spirit's trying to convey. But the Seven of Cups can come into a reading upright when you're feeling indecisive around something. You have too many options and you don't know what to do, or you have too many thoughts racing through your head and you don't know what to do. You are finding it very hard to focus on one thing when the Seven of Cups comes through in a reading. And then in reverse, the Seven of Cups it has several meanings. It can be a sign that, yes, you still have many options to choose from, but you're really consulting with your inner voice. You're aligning with yourself and choosing the option that feels right to you, that feels in alignment with your values and beliefs. But it can also mean that the confusion around all of these opportunities is so overwhelming that you are at this standstill. Like the options in front of you are so paralyzing that you're just frozen and you have no idea how to move forward. So you can see, like many of the cards, it can have very, very different meanings. I suggest if you do get the Seven of Cups in reverse that you aren't feeling intuitively connected to the answer that's being provided, then clarify it with another card. Next, we have the Eight of Cups. And the Eight of Cups upright is about coming to a decision that you need to leave a situation. You can see the man is walking away here. The man in the card is walking away from all of these cups here. So you can see all the cups laid out here. He hasn't decided to leave on a whim though. He's put a lot of thought and consideration into this decision here. You can see all of these cups are stacked up nicely there. So the man has really weighed up his options. He's really tried to make it work. He's looked over the situation with a fine-tooth comb, and he now realizes that the best course of action is walking away. The moon in the sky looks rather sad. The moon looks sad. So this man is not happy about having to walk away. He's sad, he's disappointed, but you know, he's disappointed that it hasn't worked out, but he really did try and see things through, and he found out that there's no other way. So the Eight of Cups often comes into a reading to say you're ready to leave a career that's unfulfilling even though you gave it your all, or you are ready to end a relationship even though you tried your best to make it work. The Eight of Cups upright comes into a reading to say it's time to say goodbye to whatever you are asking about. But even though there's disappointment and sadness, what the man in this card doesn't realize is he's walking straight into the Nine of Cups. And the Nine of Cups is a very positive card, but we'll get to that in a moment. We're still on the Eight of Cups. So reverse the Eight of Cups suggests you are not yet ready to walk away from something, even though you should. You know the situation you're in is unlikely to work out, and still you choose to stay. You are constantly asking yourself, should I stay in this situation or should I go? And you're asking yourself this even though you are unhappy. You don't feel good. The situation doesn't align with you. Likely you don't know what to do because you do feel very attached to the person, the career, the project, whatever you're asking about. You feel attached to it, even though you know deep down inside it isn't working. On a more positive note, the reversed Eight of Cups can sometimes mean someone from your past is coming back into your life. Like they're coming back into your life. If you're single and asking about love, the Eight of Cups reverse can be a sign a past lover is coming back. We next have the Nine of Cups, and the Nine of Cups is the wish fulfillment card, a sign a wish is being granted to you. You can see the man in this card is sitting comfortably on his seat here. He looks very happy, he looks content, and he's a little bit chubby, which is another sign that he's doing well for himself. All of these full cups behind him is a symbol of his hard work, a symbol of what he has done to get him to where he is today. All of the work he's put in to get him to where he is today. Through the disappointment and the sadness of the Eight of Cups, the loss, having to walk away from something that meant a lot, another door has opened, a more positive and happy situation. Because where one door closes, another one opens. And so, having had to walk away from that situation in the Eight of Cups, the man has walked straight into this, some kind of wish come true. Upright, the Nine of Cups is a sign that you feel content and happy in this next chapter. You will feel satisfied and you will be proud of yourself. Whatever you're asking about, love, finances, or career, anything, if the Nine of Cups comes into your reading upright, then this is a sign that your manifestations, your wishes are being granted. Like you may be coming into money. You may get that promotion or job offer, you know, the job offer you've always wanted. You may finally be in a place in your life where your soulmate is going to come in. But it's a great card to get. In reverse, the Nine of Cups can be a sign that your manifestations, your dreams are yet to come true, and you're upset by this. You don't understand why you haven't got what you wanted yet, even though you've been putting in the hard work. It can also be a sign that you have, in fact, you've got what you wanted, your wish has been granted, but you still feel like something is missing. Like this situation that you've been wishing up has finally come into your life, but you still feel a lack. The wish is not what you expected and you still feel like something's missing. And next we have the Ten of Cups. The Ten of Cups upright is also a very positive card, a sign that you have found your happiness or it will be coming very soon. You feel one with the world, you feel emotionally fulfilled, you feel like you have it all. You feel in harmony with your loved ones, your family, your friends, your lover. It's essentially the total happiness card. This couple here are cuddling, their arms are outstretched, they're open and they are whole. The children are dancing down here. They're dancing and playing, also enjoying themselves. And the couple aren't without challenges. We are never without challenges. This is life after all, but they are choosing to face any obstacles together and look at those obstacles with a positive attitude, a positive mind frame. And so when the Ten of Cups comes into a reading upright, this could be a sign that you've found your soulmate, your other half. You'll create a home together, a life together. It'll be a lasting bond. If you've been having family troubles and the Ten of Cups comes into your reading, then this is a sign that that instability, that distance you've been feeling, it'll be mended. It'll get better. It can also be a sign that you found the dream job, a job that fills all of your needs on an emotional level. It can also be a sign that you have simply found fulfillment in your life. You found your happiness, the bliss. This is just a very positive card. I'm not sure what else to say. In reverse, the Ten of Cups comes into a reading as a sign that you feel disconnected from your loved ones or your career. Whatever it is you're asking about, there's a disconnect there. Your situation doesn't feel harmonious. You feel very unhappy. You feel like something is missing. Often the Ten of Cups comes into a reading as a message from Spirit that you need to put the work in, work on that relationship, that project, that career. If you truly love that person, that job, yet you don't feel happy in your situation, like it's not bringing you fulfillment, then the Ten of Cups in reverse may be asking you to put more effort in. Ask your person out for coffee, ask them how they're doing, talk to your boss about being given more responsibility or providing you with more opportunity for growth. The Ten of Cups reversed asks you to rebuild what you once had. So, we are now on to the Court cards. And the Court cards often when Court cards come into a reading, they represent people in your life, people who are influencing a part of your life. It could be friends, acquaintances, a romantic partner, a co-worker, your family. But essentially, they do represent people for the most part. This isn't always the case, though. It really depends on what you're asking. Sometimes it may be projecting your energy or the energy you want. But anyway, pages are the messengers in tarot. They represent youth, growth, and something new coming into your life, like a message, an opportunity, or an offer. And the Page of Cups, being water, is associated with the zodiac sign Cancer. But all pages, it can really be any water sign, but all pages, like Page of Cups, Page of Pentacles, and Page of Wands and Swords, are associated with Earth. So when the Page of Cups comes into a reading, it is most likely Cancer, but could also be an Earth sign or another water sign. So pages are the younger and more immature of all the court cards, and so often that can be an indication that the person is younger than you, or simply the situation is new to you, like you feel vulnerable or shy perhaps. But it's an indication that whatever the situation is, it's new and fresh. And when the Page of Cups comes into a love reading upright, this is often a sign that someone will be coming into your life and making a love offer, ask you out on a date, or show you some kind of affection, flirt with you. You can see this page has a cup in his hands here. He's holding it out as if he's making some kind of offer, and the fish in the cup, like the fish in the cup and the water flowing behind the page, is a sign of emotions. He's making an offer that will affect your emotions. The Page of Cups is not always about love though, unless that's what you're asking about. He can also come into a reading as a sign that a new idea or opportunity is coming into your life, something that will make you feel good, something that will give you that creative spark. He could come into a reading as an indication that a new job offer is rolling in for you, and it'll be a job offer that you feel great about, that you really connect with on an emotional or creative level, something you're excited about and ready to explore. But the Page of Cups can also come as advice to trust your intuition. He is one of the biggest indicators in tarot that you or whoever you're asking about are very empathic, very intuitive, very gifted. And so this can be a sign to really harness those gifts, connect with your emotions, and connect with your creativity. And then in reverse, the Page of Cups can be about doubting your intuition, feeling blocked spiritually. You may be feeling the need to start something new, like you feel very connected to this new idea, but you doubt that you could ever be successful were you to pursue it. It can also be an indication of creative blocks, especially if you work in a creative field, like a writer, a musician, an artist of some kind. The Page of Cups in reverse is often about feeling lost and helpless. Perhaps a romantic partner is distancing themselves from you, or someone who you were vibing with has suddenly pulled away and they no longer seem interested. You may have also been promised some kind of new opportunity, but it falls through for some reason. The Page of Cups reversed can sometimes be a sign you or someone in your life is acting immaturely, acting like a bit of a child. But mostly it's about those feelings of being sad, lost, and alone. And as advice, the Page of Cups reversed asks you to take some time to connect back with your intuition. Try to get more grounded, find more balance in your life, and connect back with who you are at your core. Next, we have the Knight of Cups, and the Knight of Cups is the real knight in shining armor. He can be another sign of a love offer coming to you, but unlike the Page of Cups, he is more mature and more aware of himself, more in touch with his emotions, more balanced and more stable. He is associated with the star sign Pisces, being water, but also knights in general are associated with fire signs, Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. So could be an indication of those signs if you're asking about a future love. But knights represent action, doing whatever it takes. And the white horse, it represents power. The Knight of Cups, being the water element, is directed by his heart. Kind of looks grey in this one. He's white in others. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by the horse. But the horse does represent power. And following your heart. The Knight of Cups is about following your heart, a sign that someone in your life or you yourself are following your heart with great vigor, with great strength, like nothing can get in your way. And you can see, much like the Page of Cups, the Knight of Cups has a cup in his hand. Again, an offering of love or something that will affect you on an emotional level. So when the Knight of Cups comes into a reading upright, this may be a sign that either a love offer is coming in or some kind of new experience, some kind of dream. On a personal level, he can be a sign that you're following your heart, following your dreams. He is the dreamer of all the knights, but he's also willing to act on that dream, willing to put the work in. And then in reverse, the Knight of Cups can be an indication that you're feeling heartbroken in some way, or some kind of news has made itself known to you that's quite upsetting. It can also be a sign that you're spending too much time dreaming about something, but you aren't acting on it. You aren't making a plan and moving forward on your dream. You may be letting your emotions get the better of you. You may be jealous of someone in your life, upset you don't have what someone else has. If the Knight of Cups comes out in relation to a love interest in your life, then this may be a sign that this person is quite manipulative. This person will say anything, do anything to get in your favor. They'll use all of their charm, no matter the cost, to win you over. But essentially, the Knight of Cups in reverse is about feeling down emotionally, something not working out in your favor, and feelings of sadness. Next, we have the Queen of Cups. The Queen of Cups is connected to Cancer for many readers, but she can also be connected to Scorpio. And all queens in tarot are connected to water. So we've got double water here. So she can come into a reading upright as a sign you are going with the flow of life, you are following your intuition, connecting with your emotions. You may be feeling quite creative. The Queen of Cups is the queen who is most connected to her emotions, of course, because cups are all about emotions, which is why upright, often she comes into a reading representing a nurturing, loving, supporting person in your life, someone who has your best interests in mind, a close friend, a mother figure, it can be anyone. But someone who can read you, who can tell when you're down, who wants to offer you support, someone who is compassionate and has a lot of love for you. Of course, the Queen of Cups doesn't always represent another person in your life. It depends what your question is about, but she does often represent some kind of figure in your life coming to support you, whether that be dealing with a patient and understanding person at work, or, you know, a person or situation outside of work who has some really great advice that you connect with on an emotional level. Of course, as I said, it can also simply be a sign that you yourself are very connected with your emotions around whatever it is you're asking about. You'll notice the cup or chalice in the Queen of Cups is different. It's much more extravagant than any of the other cups that we've seen in the rest of the suit. It also has a lid on top there. The fact that the chalice she's holding is closed is actually a sign that yes, she is emotional. She's an emotional, sensitive queen, but she's also good at keeping her feelings in check. She has great self-control, and she's staring at that chalice like she knows what's in there anyway. She knows what's in that chalice. Like, you see her looking down at it, but the lid's on top. But she also knows that it will be revealed when the time is right. So it's like she knows what's coming and it will be revealed when the time is right. She is the psychic of all of the queens, but also incredibly grounded. You'll see she's surrounded by water here. There's water in the card, and water represents emotions, but her throne and her feet are on the ground, a sign of control, the control she has. So upright, the Queen of Cups is a wonderful card to get. Reversed, the Queen of Cups can be a sign of someone in your life trying to manipulate you, trying to use your emotions against you. In love readings in reverse, she can be a sign that someone is too clingy, someone's acting codependent towards the other person, something is not healthy on an emotional level. She can be a sign that your emotions are overwhelming you. You are overly emotional, you have little control, you feel drained, exhausted, unhappy. You may be in an environment that makes you feel this way. And often when the Queen of Cups comes out in reverse, this is a message from Spirit to do a little self-care. You've likely been caring so much for others in your life that you've been neglecting yourself. And last of the cups, we have the King of Cups. He's associated with the zodiac sign Pisces, but all kings in tarot are associated with air as well, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. And the King of Cups is the master of emotional stability. He is the master. He may not be seen as psychic as the Queen of Cups, but he too can be a sign of someone that's very connected with their emotions. He's a sign of someone who will help guide you, someone who is incredibly calm and collected, someone who is caring and creative. You can see the King's throne is floating on water here. It's floating on the water, and the water is actually quite choppy. It's not smooth. But because he is the master of his suit, cups, he has complete control over everything going on, even when things aren't running smoothly. Look at how calm he's sitting on his throne with everything going on around him. Like, there's choppy waters, there's a ship in the background, which the ship, I don't know if you can see that, there's a ship in the background which is to do with messages coming from the subconscious. And this little fish over here is a sign that is all about inspiration and imagination. And he is literally sitting in choppy waters, but look at his face. He's completely calm. So if the King of Cups comes out upright in a love reading, this is a sign of someone who is highly mature, who knows what they want, who's loving, caring, and who isn't afraid to have those deep conversations. If he comes out as advice in a reading, this may be a sign that you either need to connect with your heart, connect with your emotions, or seek advice from a knowledgeable person in your life. This could be at work, in a spiritual sense. It could be, you know, it could be a financial advisor, depending on what you're asking. But the King of Cups is seen as a very mature and wise person. And in reverse, the King of Cups can represent someone in your life who is unstable on an emotional level. This could be yourself or someone in your life. Much like the Queen of Cups in reverse, he can be a sign of immaturity and manipulation. He can be a sign of depression, of feeling really down. He can also be a sign that you're blocking or repressing your emotions in some way. But yes, much of the time he is a sign of a very emotionally manipulative person in your life. For example, if you're asking about your work life and the King of Cups comes out in reverse, then this may be a sign that you're dealing with a bitter, nasty colleague or a boss in the workplace. At worst, someone who's saying and doing things to control you, and someone who's being emotionally abusive, essentially. But those are the cups. And we are up to Pentacles. And Pentacles are earth energy and are often connected with the material worlds. They are connected with earth signs Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. And we start with the Ace of Pentacles. All aces in tarot indicate that something is being offered to you. A new beginning, a new opportunity, something is coming into your life. The Ace of Pentacles can represent money, the physical, the beginning of prosperity, abundance. Pentacles in general represent something physical or tangible and can come into a reading as a sign a new job offer is coming in, like a promotion, a money opportunity, some kind of new income. But it can be any new beginning. But in a general sense, when the Ace of Pentacles comes into a reading upright, it is often about a money offer coming in, or a new beginning that's going to offer you more stability and a new start in a very positive way. You can see this hand coming out of the clouds holding a big coin, a pentacle, an opportunity, should you choose to take it. The Ace of Pentacles comes into a reading upright to say a window of opportunity is opening to you, so pay attention so you don't miss it. It can be a sign of extra resources coming your way or a return on some kind of investment. It's a sign of the initial stages of something, an offering. If you have some kind of idea and the Ace of Pentacles comes out upright, this is Spirit saying go for it. With hard work and determination, you can achieve what you want. And then in reverse, the Ace of Pentacles can be a sign that you are missing some kind of opportunity. You are uncertain on whether you should move forward on some kind of offer. Or you've invested your time into something that may not be worth it. You don't feel stable or secure in your current position. It can be a sign that some kind of offer was made to you or will be made to you, and it will fall through. It will not go as planned, or the offer will be retracted. You can see in reverse, it looks like the coin is falling out of the hand there. It's falling out of the hand. And so the Ace of Pentacles in reverse can also be advice from Spirit to be careful with your money at this time. Now is not the time to invest in something. Now is not the time to take that job, to pursue that love interest. The Ace of Pentacles in reverse asks you to reevaluate your approach to something and to not commit at this time. And next we have the Two of Pentacles. You can see the man juggling those two pentacles there. And the waves in the background, I don't know if you can see that, but that's actually an ocean with boats. The waves in the background are quite high, and there are ships making their way over those waves, those little ships in the background, those high seas. So when the Two of Pentacles comes into a reading upright, it's often a sign that you are juggling much. There is much on your plate. You are very busy. You have a lot on, a lot of priorities. You feel like you are being stretched this way and that, and you are just trying to get everything done. You are multitasking. So sometimes the Two of Pentacles can be a sign that you have two choices and you're weighing up your options, deciding what option is for you. But for the most part, the Two of Pentacles is about time management. Often the Two of Pentacles comes into a reading upright when you're feeling very overwhelmed with your responsibilities, and Spirit is saying you can do this. Yes, there's a lot on, but you have those pentacles in your hands. Yes, the waves are wild back there, but those ships are still making their way across the sea. The Two of Pentacles is a reminder that with good plans and good time management, you will be okay. So upright, the Two of Pentacles is often a sign to try manage your time in a different way and find more balance. It obviously depends on the surrounding cards when the Two of Pentacles comes out in a reading, but in a general sense, it says you are overwhelmed, you have a lot of responsibilities, you are very busy. Yes, you are doing well getting this all done, but should you have to? It asks you to look at another way to do things in order to find more balance in your life. Maybe this means asking for extra help from family or friends, or delegating to other people in your life. But ultimately, the Two of Pentacles upright is saying you are doing an amazing job multitasking. You are in control, even if your situation is overwhelming right now. And then in reverse, the Two of Pentacles is a sign that you are about to drop the ball. You can see the man is upside down, and so he's upside down and those pentacles are about to fall out of his hands. Reverse, the Two of Pentacles says what you are doing right now is not manageable in any way. You are overworked, overstressed. It may be the same feelings you have when the Two of Pentacles falls upright, but in reverse, you cannot manage it. You will fall in a heap. It's not manageable. You may be over interested or over committed to one area of your life, and because of this, you are disorganized. So reassessing priorities and goals and making some kind of schedule or plans is important when the Two of Pentacles comes out in reverse. So reverse, the Two of Pentacles still comes as a sign to manage your time better and ask for more help to delegate. But in reverse, it is much more urgent, like it's urgent. You really can't go on as you have been. And next we have the Three of Pentacles. The Three of Pentacles upright is about collaboration, working together, teamwork, shared goals, bringing together people with different views or knowledge and creating something great together. You can see the man here standing on his stool. The man standing on his stool, the stone worker or stone mason, I believe they're called, he's working on his stonework, the cathedral. And the two men down here have paperwork in their hands. In some readers say they're architects, like the designers. But yes, the stonemason is discussing his progress with the architects. They have different backgrounds, different jobs, but they are working together to create something great. In other readings, this man here is the priest, and this man is in the spotty outfit is said to represent a rich man, like a sign that money is available to you if you know where to find it, if you know who to work with. But regardless, the Three of Pentacles comes into a reading upright. It's about partnership, working together. It can be a reminder to listen to what others have to say, to open yourself to learn new skills and collaborate with others. But it essentially says success is looming. Should you do your homework, make a plan, and talk to the right people. And then in reverse, the Three of Pentacles is often a sign that you are unwilling to work with others. If not you yourself, it may be a sign that there's a lack of cohesion or teamwork in the workplace or coming from a partner. It depends on what you're asking. But in reverse, the Three of Pentacles says you or someone in your life is letting the ego get in the way of success. Letting the ego get in the way of success. Beware of that unwillingness to work together cohesively. People may be working against you, or there's a lack of respect. They may be acting in competition with you rather than working with you. But reverse, the Three of Pentacles says there is a lack of harmony in your situation. People are not on the same page. On a lighter note, the Three of Pentacles in reverse can also simply be a sign that you or someone in your life would rather work alone on something. not out of spite or competition, but, you know, just because you would like to work alone. Next, we have the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles upright can have negative and positive meanings, like all of the cards. But you can see the man in this card appears to be holding on tightly to his coin here. He's holding on tightly to that coin or pentacle. He does not want to let that go. He also has two coins under his feet. So often the Four of Pentacles can be a sign that you or someone in your life are acting overly possessive or greedy in some way. Someone only seems to care about material gain here. Someone appears to value money and possessions over everything else. On a more positive note, the Four of Pentacles upright can also be a sign that someone's really invested their time and energy into something and it's been successful. They've accomplished what they sought out to do and now they're taking care of it. They are keeping it safe, holding onto it and treating it like a baby. Like this man holding onto this little pentacle, it's like a baby. And reversed, the Four of Pentacles can be a sign that you fear poverty. You are doing everything in your power to create a stable and safe life for yourself and your loved ones. But there is this constant fear of poverty, of losing your money, of losing all of your possessions. It can also be a sign that material things are no longer your first priority. You have come to the realization that there are more important things in life and you're no longer holding on to material possessions so tightly, to wealth, to possessions. The Four of Pentacles can appear reversed in a reading when someone in your life or you yourself are reevaluating what's truly important. We then have the Five of Pentacles, and the Five of Pentacles is about being left out in the cold. You can see these two people standing in the snow, looking very cold and alone. So the Five of Pentacles is about hardship, feelings of lack. Traditionally, it's a sign of poverty and loss, a loss of money, loss of abundance, a lack of security. Often it can be interpreted as financial loss, being pentacles, but it doesn't have to be. It can simply come into a reading upright to say this person feels left out and alone, isolated from everyone in their life. You can see the church window behind these two lonely looking figures. The light from the church window is a symbol of hope, a sign that help is just there were these two people to turn around and look. That warm light coming from the church window suggests food, warmth, and shelter. But these two people aren't looking. They are so focused on their misery, their loneliness. The Five of Pentacles asks you to find your support systems. Yes, you feel a deep loneliness right now, but you need to do the best you can with what you have. If you're struggling, reach out for help. If you look for help from the people in your life, you may be surprised at what you find. And then in reverse, the Five of Pentacles can be a sign of an end to a difficult time. It can be a sign that your situation will be getting better soon. You may be finding a new source of income or some more money. You may be beginning to reach out to your resources, your people, and they are helping you out of this stage of loneliness and isolation. You can see in reverse that the church window now looks like a bit of a passageway. Like it looks like a bit of a passageway down here, doesn't it? A bit of a door. Something bright and wonderful. And so the Five of Pentacles in reverse is a sign of a good change. You may be finding that zest for life again, coming out of the dark, finding that bright light, coming out of that dark and lonely stage and walking into something much more positive. Next, we have the Six of Pentacles. And the Six of Pentacles upright is about generosity. It's about giving and receiving. You can see this wealthy looking man in the picture is giving to these people. He has scales in his hand too, a sign of balance and harmony. So this man is very kind and generous. So when the Six of Pentacles comes out upright in a reading, someone may be getting some kind of financial assistance. You may be receiving assistance, or you may be giving some kind of assistance to others in your life. It doesn't have to literally be money, but traditionally this is what it's about. The Six of Pentacles may come into a reading to say support is coming to you soon. Assistance will come when it's most needed. or you may be in a position to help or teach others. It could be either or. Reversed, the Six of Pentacles can be an indication that a relationship in your life lacks balance. Someone is giving more to the connection than the other. It's not harmonious. It could also be a sign of financial abuse or just manipulation in general. Someone is very controlling and abusing their power. It could be a sign someone's acting greedy. They don't want to care for or share their abundance with others. But at its core, the Six of Pentacles in reverse is a sign that the energy someone is putting into something is one-sided. They aren't getting that energy back in return. Someone is taking a lot, but not giving in return. We then have the Seven of Pentacles, and the Seven of Pentacles is about patience and perseverance. You can see the man leaning on his shovel here. He's leaning on his shovel. He looks almost bored and just plain over it. He has put a lot of time and energy into the crop here, a lot of time and energy into growing those pentacles, and all he currently has to show for it is one measly pentacle at his feet. That's all that's currently ready for him to pick. The Seven of Pentacles comes into a reading as a reminder that good things take time, patience and trust is necessary. The seeds have been planted and the roots are currently growing deeply into the ground. Soon your hard work will be visible and your abundance ripe and ready for picking. You need to be willing to wait. Your reward, your abundance is on its way. But there is still some more work required for it to be ready for you. There are no quick fixes here. This cannot be rushed. Do not let your impatience or boredom let you make any rash decisions with the Seven of Pentacles coming out. It may currently feel like things are paused or not progressing as fast as you'd like, but this is only temporary. Spirit is saying keep going and be patient. And then reversed, the Seven of Pentacles is about... It comes into a reading when someone is questioning whether they're investing their time and energy into the right things. So you're working hard for zero reward. It feels like you really won't receive the payoff you initially expected. You know in your gut you won't receive the abundance you were expecting from all of the work you put into something. You have a strong feeling that even if you continue putting your time and energy into this situation, it will not make a difference. Nothing will change. So when the Seven of Pentacles comes out in reverse, this is Spirit asking you to pause for a moment and assess your situation. Not all progress is good progress. What you thought would bring abundance and happiness is actually just creating too much stress. Too much stress. A change needs to occur. But, you know, the positive thing about the Seven of Pentacles in reverse is you already know deep inside yourself this situation isn't worth your time. You know now to stop investing in the situation when that card comes out. Next, we have the Eight of Pentacles. And the Eight of Pentacles is about mastering a skill, working hard towards your goals and being very focused and dedicated. This man in this card is really concentrating on the task at hand. He's really concentrating on the task at hand, concentrating on perfecting that pentacle there. And so when the Eight of Pentacles comes into a reading upright, this can be a sign that you are perfecting some kind of craft. You are committed to this hard work and labor. Like you are an apprentice, essentially. You're an apprentice. This is the apprentice card. Learning a new skill and dedicating your time to that skill without letting anything distract you. In relation to career, the Eight of Pentacles can be a sign that someone is really invested in their work. They want everything to be perfect. They are ready to do whatever it takes. In relation to love, the Eight of Pentacles can be a sign that someone is doing everything in their power to build the relationship up, to have a lasting, stable, and loving connection. But in a general sense, the Eight of Pentacles is about, like, it's a message from Spirit to keep working hard. You may feel tired and bored with the monotonous tasks in your life, but you will build something great. Your hard work will pay off. Your hard work will pay off. You can see all of these pentacles here, all of these pentacles. Growing up the pole, being placed up the pole as he works on them. That's a lot of pentacles that this man is accumulating from his hard work. So it will be beneficial in the end. Reversed, the Eight of Pentacles can be a sign that you are too focused on something that isn't serving you again. You are losing sight of the bigger picture. You may need to connect with yourself more, understand your innermost wants and desires, understand your values and beliefs on a deeper level. Once you do this, you may realize that what you're focusing on really isn't worth your time or energy. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse can also be a sign that someone is taking shortcuts when it comes to their work or their situation. They aren't putting the time and effort in that they should, and their work is not great quality. The Eight of Pentacles in reverse can also be a sign that you're working really hard on something, but you aren't reaching your goal. You aren't getting the desired outcome that you want from all of your hard work. Next, we have the Nine of Pentacles. And after all the hard work from the Eight of Pentacles, we have the Nine of Pentacles. The Nine of Pentacles is success, prosperity, and prosperity after all your hard work. You have done the hard work and you are now able to enjoy the rewards. I love this. I love this card. The woman in this card has worked hard for all of those pentacles she's surrounded with. All of those pentacles she's surrounded with. She's worked hard for that. The grapes in the background and pentacles in her garden are a sign of abundance, reaching her goals and desires. She's dressed in expensive clothing. Her robe is red and gold, a sign of wealth. And she's finally reached a stage in her life where she can rest, where she can enjoy the fruits of her labor. So the Nine of Pentacles upright is a sign of independence, self-sufficiency, success, prosperity, and being in alignment. So when the Nine of Pentacles comes out upright in a career reading, this is a great sign. Success is coming to you, financial security. You'll be in a place where you can slow down and have more time to relax and enjoy life. In love readings, when the Nine of Pentacles comes out, it can be a tricky one when it comes to love, because this card does indicate independence. So this can often be a sign that you or your person feel separate from one another. Or it could indicate that you're both happy and in flow, but enjoy your separate lives. Like you have your own life separate from them as well as your life with them. But as I said through this video, clarify, clarify, clarify. If something doesn't make sense, clarify with another card. In reverse, the Nine of Pentacles is a sign someone is too dependent on others. They don't want to take control of their life. They don't want responsibility for their situation. They rely too much on others. Reverse, the Nine of Pentacles can also be an indication that someone is suffering financially. It can be sort of a sign that someone desires to look good and keep up appearances, even though they don't have the means to do so. So it can show that someone wants everything, all of the material things, but they can't actually afford it. It could also be an indication that someone has really made it. They've worked hard and found success in their career, but they still don't feel fulfilled in their life. Something still feels like it's missing, even with all of their success. Next, we have the Ten of Pentacles. And the Ten of Pentacles is the ultimate prosperity card. It is the building an empire card. You will be rich card. Of course, it's not always to that extreme, but this is the general meaning. The Ten of Pentacles upright is an indication of long-term success. You can see the older gentleman here. The older gentleman that appears to be the grandfather is looking on at the grandchild, and, you know, they're petting the dogs. The couple in the background appear to be happy. So there are 3 generations in this card. There are 3 generations here, and the Ten of Pentacles is a sign of generational wealth. So if you're asking about your future romantic partner and the Ten of Pentacles comes out, this is a really good sign. But the Ten of Pentacles is not only a sign of financial wealth, though. It can also be just emotional, physical stability. Like a sign you have wisely used your resources in the past to create something beyond material comfort. The Ten of Pentacles can really be interpreted as the everything card. The pentacles in this card are arranged in the shape of the tree of life. And the tree of life represents family, ancestors, the universe. It can also represent growth in not only a physical 3D sense, but in an emotional, spiritual sense. And so when the Ten of Pentacles comes out in a reading, it can be a sign that someone's hard work will leave a legacy for their family. And this legacy may not only be financial, but it may also be traditions, values, beliefs. There's some kind of legacy being left. And so the Ten of Pentacles upright is a sign you are on the right path and are creating your ideal future. And then in reverse, the Ten of Pentacles can be a sign that what you thought was strong, solid, and lasting, something you thought would be permanent in your life, is falling apart. You feel unsure about your future. This may be an indication that your job, your relationship, or money in general seems to be not working, seems to be melting away, crumbling around you. Just essentially whatever you're asking about, it's sort of like it's falling apart. Someone feels isolated and alone, and they don't know what to do. They may not have the support around their family they thought they would. The Ten of Pentacles reversed could also be interpreted as breaking away from family traditions. Again, depends what you're asking about. But it can be about breaking away from family traditions. Someone doesn't want to do what their family expects of them. They may be questioning whether they really want to be chasing money all their life. They may be thinking wealth and material possessions aren't worth the hassle. They may be re-evaluating things and looking at what they really want and need out of life, like their true desires. And we are now up to the Pentacle Court cards. We're up to the Pentacle Court cards. So, as I said with the Cup cards, often when court cards come into a reading, they represent people in your life. This is not always the case, but often they do represent people who are influencing your situation. Could be friends, could be family, could be colleagues, could be anyone. But all pages are connected with earth energy, but the Page of Pentacles is double earth, being Pentacles. So the Page of Pentacles in particular is often very, all Pentacles are associated to be very grounded. The zodiac sign Taurus can be associated with the Page of Pentacles, but it can really be any earth sign. But yes, pages are the messengers in tarot. They can represent something new coming into your life, a message, some kind of information, an opportunity, or an offer coming in. So as a person, the Page of Pentacles can represent someone younger than you, because pages are often associated with youth. So the Page of Pentacles can represent a very grounded and patient person in your life. But when the Page of Pentacles comes into a reading upright, this is often a sign that a financial opportunity is coming in. Perhaps a new job opportunity that someone will offer you, or new resources to grow your career. You may be educating yourself around something to bring more abundance into your life. You can see the page here is looking at the coin. He's looking at that coin, trying to figure out how to make more coins. Behind him is actually a field. You might not be able to see it. It's right in the background, but that field, this field is a sign of the beginning stages of something great, something that will be able to be harvested in the future. Pages are a symbol of the beginning stages of something. So this could be the initial stages of a project or job coming in, the beginning stages of a good idea that will assist you to manifest your material desires. So if you're asking about love and the Page of Pentacles comes into your reading, this is a sign that someone is interested in you, someone who is loyal, understanding, patient, and practical, and they are going to come in with some kind of offer or message. In relation to career, as I said, you are in the initial stages of building something great. If you have an idea, the Page of Pentacles says, dedicate yourself, work hard, and you will be successful. In a general sense, the Page of Pentacles says, continue developing your skills and work towards your goals. And then in reverse, the Page of Pentacles may be a sign that you or someone in your life are not committed to the situation, whether that be work or love. It can be a sign someone in your life is quite lazy. You or someone in your life are not putting much effort towards the situation. Someone wants all of the success without putting in any work. It can also be a sign that you are trying to be successful with your new idea or project, but it just isn't turning out how you hoped it would. You may be stuck inside some kind of fantasy when it comes to your goals and dreams. You are stuck thinking about what you want and you aren't acting, with the Page of Pentacles in reverse. There may be financial insecurities. Someone may be acting irresponsible when it comes to money, finances, stability. They want that success and reward, but also lack commitment and don't want to work for it. Next, we have the Knight of Pentacles. The Knight of Pentacles can be associated with the zodiac sign Virgo, but again, really any earth sign. All knights in tarot are also associated with fire, Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. So could be earth, could be fire if you're asking about someone in your life. But all knights represent action, putting time and energy towards something. They are all on horses and they are all on the move. But the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight of all the knights in tarot. You can see this horse seems to be chilling there. He is in no rush. He's, the knight's looking at the coin there and really thinking about his next steps. And that's because the Knight of Pentacles represents someone who is very patient, someone who really thinks things through, is very responsible, and will make a very clear, well thought out plan before moving ahead on their idea or goal. And so when the Knight of Pentacles comes into a reading upright, if it's in relation to love, this is a sign someone is coming in and this person has really thought about being connected with you romantically before approaching you. They aren't a spontaneous person. They don't take risks because when they commit, which is why they think about things in great detail before starting something new. If you're asking about a current relationship, then you can bet your person is loyal to a fault with the Knight of Pentacles coming in. Yes, they may not be spontaneous. They may not appear to be, they might appear to be a little bit reserved, like not so outgoing, more reserved. They may not be very good at emotional stuff, but they are kind, they are easygoing, and they are trustworthy. In relation to career, the Nine of Pentacles coming out shows that your dedication and hard work is slowly bringing a stable and successful situation to you. Your planning and patience will pay off. The Knight of Pentacles represents a steady progress. He is advice from Spirit to not rush. Commit yourself to your situation, keep plugging away and see the project through. Success is building. And then reverse, the Nine of Pentacles can be a sign someone in your life is not committed to your situation, or you yourself are not committed. You may not have enough routine or structure in place to get your jobs done in a general sense. You aren't being very practical or patient when it comes to your situation. Your money, your security may be quite unstable with the Knight of Pentacles in reverse, or you are simply feeling stuck in your monotonous life. You feel stuck doing the same thing day in and day out, and you just can't find that energy or zest for life you once had. Your patience is running out around something, and the Nine of Pentacles in reverse says you're wondering whether all that work you put in is worth the effort. Next, we have the Queen of Pentacles. She's linked to the zodiac sign Capricorn. If you look closely, you can see the goat head on her throne here. Capricorn's goat, but all queens in tarot are associated with the element water, so really could be earth or water if you're asking about a person. She is the Earth Queen. She is resourceful. She can be a sign of the boss mother, the mother that gets everything done. She is hardworking, but also nurturing and caring. She is the practical mother. She is the best homemaker, working hard, but also loving on her people while she does it. So when the Queen of Pentacles comes into a reading upright as advice, this is often a sign that someone needs to take more control, make a realistic, practical plan, She says if you invest your energy into your dreams and goals by making a practical plan, you will be successful. You can see the Queen here is looking down at her pentacle. It looks as if she's really thinking about something, putting a lot of thought into what is coming, making a plan. But she's also cradling that pentacle like it's a baby, showing her loving, caring nature towards that pentacle. So because she is the Earth Queen, she can often come into a reading as a reminder to look after yourself, look after your health, eat well, exercise, get your home in order, your environment in order, and find a healthy balance in your life. She is often a sign that you are providing much for the people in your life, looking after the home, making money, caring for your loved ones, and you are doing really well. She is a sign of abundance and prosperity, being the money queen. She can also be a sign of hard work, like this hardworking, caring, abundant, loving figure in your life. So she's very good. Reverse the Queen of Pentacles isn't as good. She can be a sign that you or someone in your life are too dependent on others, not caring for others enough, not looking after the home, your loved ones, your health, not putting any plans in place, and perhaps being a bit lazy. Something is out of balance when the Queen of Pentacles in reverse comes out in a reading. Something's out of balance. You can't keep on top of your home and work life. You can't keep on top of your health. In reverse, this may also be a sign that someone is very selfish, only caring about themselves, only caring about how they appear to the outside world, like on a materialistic level, wanting all of the things but not wanting to put the work in. In relation to work, you may be finding it very difficult to find a stable job or a stable income. Regardless, reversed, she can be a sign of poverty or hardship, of being dependent on someone. She can represent someone in your life who is controlling, manipulative, and just unpleasant to be around. And next we have the King of Pentacles, the Money King. The King of Pentacles is linked to the zodiac sign Taurus. You can see the bulls on his throne there. But yes, but he really can be linked to all earth signs, and all kings in tarot are also associated with the air element because they are master thinkers. They are very intelligent. They are masters of their suits, being the kings. And the King of Pentacles is the master of prosperity, practicality. He is the master of materialistic gain. He is the provider and the protector. You can see the King of Pentacles is surrounded by grapes. His robes are grapes. There's grapes around him. He's surrounded by grapes. And grapes are a sign of good fortune. He also has this castle in the background behind him, which also represents his wealth. So when the King of Pentacles comes out upright in a reading, this is often a sign of security and abundance. Security and abundance coming to you. If you've been working on a project, the King of Pentacles says, continue persevering and you will be successful. He can also represent another person in your life, a mentor, a lover, a friend. Whoever you're asking about, if the King of Pentacles comes out, this person is very stable, reliable, generous, secure. Just a really great person. And, you know, the King of Pentacles upright at its core represents security, stability, warmth. He comes out to acknowledge all of the hard work you've done in the past, and as a sign, abundance is coming. In reverse, the King of Pentacles is about instability. Much like the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, this can be a sign of greed, caring too much about material gain to the point you or a person in your life have to control everything, to the point it's having a negative impact on the relationships in your life. So in reverse, he can be a sign someone is being controlling and stubborn, depending on what you're asking. It can also be a sign that you'll not be successful on a project or in the workplace, that you aren't making a solid plan or being persistent or hardworking enough. The King of Pentacles in reverse can also be a sign that you aren't managing your money well. You may be spending more than you're earning, like living outside your means. Money and materialism is having a negative impact on you with the King of Pentacles in reverse. But that is the Pentacles. Let's jump into Swords. And we are now up to Swords, the Sword suit. And as mentioned in the introduction, swords represent our knowledge, our intelligence, our mind. And swords represent how we think. Swords are associated with the element air, so they can be linked to the zodiac signs Gemini, Libra, or Aquarius. And often swords come into a reading as a message to find clarity and awareness around your situation, to seek out the truth of the matter logically, to seek out the truth using your mind. And we start with the Ace of Swords, and the Ace of Swords comes into a reading upright, often representing a new idea, finding clarity around your situation, having some kind of light bulb moment, a breakthrough moment, and perhaps shifting your way of thinking in some way. And like all of the aces, the Ace of Swords represents the potential of something, an offering coming in, the beginning of a new idea. You can see the hand coming out here, the hand coming out of the clouds, offering something. With the sword, and the wreath and the crown on top of the sword represent victory, success in some way, victory coming in for you. So the Ace of Swords upright often comes into a reading signifying a discovery, an idea, a great idea, but it's just the beginning stages. There's still work to be done. And so the Ace of Swords is a very positive sign for the most part, a sign your vision is coming through, a sign your idea will be successful if you take action. But the sword is double-edged, a sign that it's important you approach this idea with good faith and a positive attitude. Do not approach the idea destructively or negative, or it will backfire. So if the Ace of Swords comes through upright in a reading about love, when you're asking about love, this may be a sign an offer is coming. You'll have very good communication with this person. There'll be really great conversation. If you're in a relationship and you're asking about love, the Ace of Swords may come as advice to try talk to your partner, talk about the situation. The Ace of Swords says communication is key. In career readings, the Ace of Swords can be a sign a new job role is coming in, a new offer, something that will be good for your brain, really make you think, challenge you in a good way, something that won't be boring. If the Ace of Swords comes out when you're trying to clarify another card, then this is a sign that your interpretation is correct, that whatever you intuitively thought that card meant, it's true. So the Ace of Swords upright represents a new beginning, a new idea, clarity, the truth. And in reverse, the Ace of Swords can be about not seeing clearly. It can be a sign that communication is not good. Whatever situation you're asking about, the communication is off. Maybe someone is saying something hurtful. Maybe someone is being rude. The Ace of Swords in reverse can also be a sign that your idea isn't working out. Like it's not working out how you'd hoped it would. You can't seem to figure out why this isn't working, why all of your hard work isn't paying off. But, you know, whether it be love, career, spirituality, money, whatever you're asking about, the Ace of Swords in reverse says you aren't seeing clearly, you aren't seeing the truth, so you should try and see more clearly. We next have the Two of Swords, and the Two of Swords is about confusion, being torn between two options, needing to make a choice and not knowing what to do. You can see the woman here is blindfolded. She has a blindfold on and is holding these two swords that are crossed across her chest. So the woman in this card cannot see. So when the Two of Swords comes out upright in a reading, this is a sign you aren't seeing something clearly. You don't know what choice to make. You can't decide on what to do. You are thinking about it, considering the situation, the obstacle, your choices, but you're at a crossroads. You have no idea which option is for you, which option is the best for your highest good. You feel stuck. The Two of Swords can sometimes come into a reading as a sign that you are avoiding the situation. You don't want to make a choice. so you're avoiding having to. You may have put the blindfold on yourself in order to not have to make a decision. Perhaps you don't want to choose between two lovers. You don't want to choose between two friends. You don't want to choose between two jobs. The moon in the corner here is a symbol of your unconscious, your intuition. But given this suit is swords, to tap into your unconscious, you need to control your mind, to slow your mind and focus. So the Two of Swords coming out upright as advice ultimately asks you to slow your mind and focus, remain composed and calm, and the decision will become known to you. The choice will become clearer. And then in reverse, the Two of Swords is much like the Two of Swords upright, but it's more extreme. You feel both options you have, like both of the options you have will not work out for you. The decision to make is impossible. It's like whatever choice you make, the outcome will be bad, the outcome will be negative. There appears to be no good options. In love, it may appear that both options are not good, they don't work for you. Both people have characteristics that are some kind of, deal breaker. In career, you may hate your current job, but this new job looks just as bad. Whatever you're asking about, the Two of Swords reversed comes with the same advice as the Two of Swords upright. It's simply a more extreme energy. You need to slow your mind, remain calm, and make a choice. Next, we have the Three of Swords. And the Three of Swords, well, this is possibly, the saddest card in tarot, in the tarot deck, in my opinion. It's about pain and suffering. It's about heartache. You can see the Three Swords are stabbing this heart. They're stabbing this heart here. And given this is swords, and swords are about intelligence, swords are about words, the mind, often this pain and heartache can be attributed to someone in your life hurting you with their words, playing with your mind perhaps. You may be dealing with an incredibly mean person in the workplace, in your home life, just in your life in general. The Three of Swords is you feeling disappointed and hurt around something. But it could also be an indication of how much pain you're in simply because of the loss of someone or something in your life. Words that come to mind when the Three of Swords comes out are betrayal, rejection, bullying, cheating, sorrow, grief. In reverse, you can see the swords are coming out of the heart. The swords are upside down and they are about to come out. And so in reverse, the Three of Swords is an indication you are healing from heartache, healing from some kind of suffering, some kind of pain. The pain is being released and you are recovering. The deep pain that you've endured is passing. The Four of Swords upright is about a rest period, resting and recovering, having some downtime and allowing yourself that peaceful, quiet time to restore your energy. The imagery in this card can seem more intense than the meaning of this card. This is a tomb. The man in the card appears to be dead, but the imagery in this card actually has a really deep meaning. Yes, the man appears to be the man in the card appears to be in a tomb, but his hands are actually pressed together in prayer and he appears to be at peace. What this actually means when the Four of Swords comes into a reading is you need to allow yourself to really slow down to a point you can find that peace, connect with your spirituality and regenerate, restore yourself and find harmony and peace again. Because remember, the Four of Swords comes right after the Three of Swords. You can see these three swords hanging on the wall here. The three swords hanging on the wall. A reminder of the grief, the pain, the suffering you've been through during the Three of Swords. And so after having been through all of that pain, the Four of Swords says, it's time for you to rest and recover. Upright, the Four of Swords can come into a reading to say that you've reached a significant stage in your situation in your life and it's time to preserve your energy. It's time to take some time out and recharge so that you are ready for what's coming next in your life. The Four of Swords comes as advice to be alone, slow down, meditate. Meditate if you're into that, and really just work on replenishing yourself. It's time to refuel. And in reverse, the Four of Swords says you aren't finding enough alone time. You may be so busy you don't have time to have those peaceful, quiet moments, or you're avoiding those peaceful, quiet moments because you don't want to slow down enough to face what your mind is telling you. You don't want to face what's going on in your head. You may be putting all of your time and energy into projects, into work, keeping very busy, but your fuel tank is about to run out. And the Four of Swords comes out in reverse, more urgent. It's an urgent sign that you must slow down, you will burn out. Sometimes it can be a sign that you're irritated by the lack of action in your life as well. Like you're irritated by the lack of action, there's nothing going on, you are bothered by how little is going on. Of course, it depends on what you're asking about, and you'll know intuitively if that's the case. But in a general sense, the Four of Swords in reverse says someone isn't willing to relax, someone is restless, someone needs self-care. Whoa. Next we have the Five of Swords, and the Five of Swords is about deception, it's about disagreements, it's shady behavior, someone acting shady. You can see the man in this card has all of the swords. He's holding 3 swords here. He's got these 2 swords at his feet. The expression on his face looks cruel almost, cruel and sly. And you can see the people in the background are walking away. They've been defeated by this man. They've been defeated. So the swords at his feet imply that this man has won the fight against the people in the background who are walking away with nothing. He's won, but the look on his face suggests he didn't win that fight in an honorable way. And so when the Five of Swords comes into a reading upright, this is a sign that there is a disagreement or a conflict going on. Someone's ego is getting in the way of their decision making. Someone wants to win more than anything else, like they want to win more than anything else, no matter who gets in the way. It can be a sign that someone wants revenge in some way. But generally, it's just about destructive, negative behavior. If the Five of Swords comes out in a career reading, this is a sign, it might be a sign that someone at your workplace is working against you, trying to show you up, saying negative things about you behind your back. There might be gossip going on. When it comes to love, if the Five of Swords comes out, then this may be a sign that your person is full of themselves. They only care about their goals, their dreams. It's a sign their ego is getting in the way of your relationship progressing. If you're single and asking about love, then the Five of Swords may say you are letting your ego get in the way of finding your person. Like your thoughts and habits may need to be altered if you want to find someone. You need to alter the way you approach love. And then in reverse, the Five of Swords it can be interpreted a few different ways. So as I've said throughout this video, clarify with another card if you need to. But the first is that the drama, the conflict, the deceptive behavior is so much worse than you realized. Someone's shady behavior is damaging people in a very big way. The other interpretation is that you are healing from someone's shady behavior. There's forgiveness here for past mistakes, forgiveness and healing. The Five of Swords reversed can often be a sign of reconciliation between you and someone who may have tricked you in the past, someone who acted shady in the past. But the Five of Swords reversed shows someone really wants these arguments and disagreements to end. Someone really wants the negative energy to be gone for it all to be over with, basically. Next, we have the Six of Swords, and the Six of Swords represents moving on to calmer waters, moving forward to a more peaceful and tranquil place in your life. The Six of Swords comes right after the drama and deception of the Five of Swords, and so it represents you looking to move away from that, moving towards a more positive and happy life. You can see the boat here. The people in the boat have nothing but the clothes on their back, a sign they've been through a lot. The water down here is more choppy. Down in the corner it's choppy, but out ahead it's calm. And so the aftermath of what they've been through is still there, but they can see the water out ahead is much calmer and there's a peaceful island in the distance up here. And so when the Six of Swords comes into a reading upright, this is a sign that you're in the process of shifting your situation, moving away from something that no longer serves you, something that was having a negative impact on you in the past. And yes, you may feel a little sad about this transition. You can see the woman in this card with the child is slumped over. Like, her posture suggests she's not completely happy about leaving this situation behind, but she knows this move is for her highest good. So often the Six of Swords comes as a message that yes, it may be hard to leave the situation behind, but you know deep down that it's the right choice. And there is more peace and harmony coming for you as you leave this stress behind and move forward to this new future. The Six of Swords comes as a message from Spirit that this transition will not be in vain. And then we have reversed. Reversed, the Six of Swords can be a sign that you're finding it hard to let go of something. You may have been trying to leave a situation behind, trying to transition and move forward to a more peaceful situation with less drama, but something's preventing you from doing that. Something is getting in the way. And this may be a person in your life, but the more likely reasoning is you yourself are getting in the way of leaving this situation behind. You feel you can't move on. You may feel trapped in your situation, or you simply are holding on to it even though it's no good for you. Perhaps because it's familiar, because you're used to it. Perhaps it's a behavioral pattern. Sometimes the Six of Swords in reverse can come as a sign that you thought you were leaving something toxic behind, but you found that you left one problem behind and you ran into another. But for the most part, in a general sense, if the Six of Swords comes out in reverse in a reading, this is a sign that something is getting in the way of you moving towards a more peaceful future. Next, we have the Seven of Swords, and the Seven of Swords has a few interpretations. For most readers, the Sevens of Swords, gosh, my words are getting a bit wild now. For most readers, the Seven of Swords is about cheating and stealing, someone being sneaky, someone acting deceptively or strategically. You can see the man in this card is stealing those swords. He's stealing those swords. The grin on his face suggests he's pretty happy that he's gotten away with it, or he's getting away with it. So when the Seven of Swords comes out upright in a reading, this can suggest someone is betraying you, someone is acting one way to your face, but there's something sneaky going on behind your back. You yourself may be acting sneaky in a situation, or a person in your life is acting sneaky. No matter what you're asking about this card, though, it's often a sign that there are tricks at play. Something or someone are not what they seem. The Seven of Swords can also suggest an out-of-the-box thinker. It doesn't always represent betrayal. Yes, this man is stealing swords, but he's also chosen not to participate in the war that's going on in the background. You might not be able to see it, but there's a war in the background behind him. There's a war going on. So this man is choosing to not be a sheep, to not follow what everyone else is doing. He's found another way, a smarter way. He's taking those swords to prevent more bloodshed, perhaps, to prevent more fighting. So the Seven of Swords can also suggest finding another way to do things, choosing to not follow the crowd. And then in reverse, the Seven of Swords can suggest an apology from someone, an apology from someone who's been deceiving you, or you finding out about someone that's been acting shady, finding out some kind of secret. The Seven of Swords in reverse can also be a sign of imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome. You are acting like someone you are not. You are feeling like a bit of a fake, like you aren't showing up in the world as your true self. It can also show up in reverse because you are doubting yourself. You don't believe you can be successful at something. You fear you will fail, or you fear you aren't good enough to be successful in a certain situation. The Seven of Swords in reverse often is a sign that you are tricking yourself, lying to yourself about something. And next we have the Eight of Swords. The Eight of Swords is self-imposed restriction, a sign you fear something, you feel stuck, you feel isolated. The Eight of Swords comes right after the lies and cheating of the Seven of Swords. And so now you are finding it hard to trust. You feel stuck, you are afraid, you feel like you're in prison in some way with no way to get out. You can see the woman in this card is blindfolded. Her arms are tied up and she's surrounded by swords. She appears to be trapped. But what she doesn't realize is she could cut her binds using the swords behind her. She could cut those binds and remove her blindfold, escape through the gap in the swords, and she could run to freedom away from this negative thinking, this negative situation. So the Eight of Swords may come into a reading upright when you feel trapped in a monotonous job. You feel you have no choice but to stay at that job because how else are you supposed to pay the bills? Or the Eight of Swords may come into a reading when you feel trapped in a relationship. Someone's controlling you, someone's manipulative perhaps, someone's abusive perhaps. For the most part, it's an indication that you yourself, your mind, your thoughts, your beliefs, your patterns are imprisoning you. You just feel trapped. But the story of the Eight of Swords is that you are limiting yourself because of negative self-talk or because of fear. The Eight of Swords says sometimes our fears are worse than the reality of the situation. Of course, if you're in an abusive relationship, that is horrible. That is obviously going to play with your mind and be incredibly scary. Of course, you feel trapped. But the Eight of Swords says you can get free, and you are letting your fears and anxiety get in the way. You're letting your fears and anxiety get the best of you. The Eight of Swords says there is another way. If you're in a boring job, go look for alternative jobs. Start applying for something else. Start a side hustle that you feel passionate about. If you're in a controlling relationship and you fear how they will react if you leave, contact your friends and loved ones. Get your tribe around you. Get the support you need and make a plan. The Eight of Swords is about finding that inner strength in order to free yourself from a negative situation, a negative thought pattern, and find that empowerment again. In reverse, the Eight of Swords suggests that you're beginning to muster up that courage to think about how you can free yourself from the prison you find yourself in, to free yourself from this state of feeling trapped and isolated. You may be at the beginning stages of trying to break negative thought patterns and beliefs, or you may be just becoming aware of negative self-talk and this fear and anxiety you have that's preventing you from your freedom. The Eight of Swords reversed is you beginning to release yourself from negative self-talk or a negative situation, you working towards a more positive situation. And next we have the Nine of Swords. The Nine of Swords is about fears and anxiety. It can be about nightmares, not being able to sleep. You can see the person in this card is sitting up in bed with their face in their hands. They appear to be upset about something. The carving on the bed frame down here, I don't know if you can see it, but the carving on the bed frame is of two people fighting, a sign of disharmony and a sign of tension, an inner conflict going on inside the person's head, a sign of racing thoughts, an internal war. Remembering swords are about thoughts, intellect, knowledge, some kind of war going on internally. The swords above this person's head are lined up in a pattern as if to say this is a reoccurring situation for you, something that's been playing on your mind for a while. When the Nine of Swords comes into a reading upright, it's a sign that you're going through a lot of stress and anxiety. You have been worrying and stressing about something on an intense level. The Nine of Swords can be a sign of depression, but in a general sense, the Nine of Swords is internal suffering around a situation. The Nine of Swords reversed can be interpreted in different ways. It can be a sign that your anxiety, your suffering, your depression is on an astronomical level, like really bad. It's not something that's going to be easily fixed. Like you need to get on top of it now. But the Nine of Swords in reverse can also be interpreted as you working on relieving your stress in some way, perhaps talking to a loved one, getting professional help, seeking help in some way, seeking help to heal from the anxiety you've been having. So if you're asking about yourself, I feel like you would know intuitively, if not clarify. If you're asking about a person in your life, clarify if it comes out in reverse. Next, we have the Ten of Swords, and the Ten of Swords is an ending. It's being done, being completely done with a situation. The Ten of Swords is hitting rock bottom. You've experienced the worst. You can't fall any further, and so now the only option is to pull yourself back up. This is perhaps the most brutal imagery of all the cards, in my opinion. This man is dead. He has 10 swords in his back, suggesting that you may not see this ending coming. So he's been stabbed in the back 10 times, and so the 10 swords does come with the message of a painful ending. The end of a cycle in love, perhaps a painful breakup, cutting toxic connections from your life in some way, or perhaps saying goodbye to a job. This man's hand, though, if you can see his hand, you may not be able to see it on the camera, but that his hand gesture means blessing. So in his final moments, he manages to form this gesture that means blessings. And this is actually the same gesture in the Hierophant card. So this hand gesture suggests that even though this ending has been painful, it is actually a blessing in disguise and likely meant to happen in order for you to become the person you're meant to be. And the Ten of Swords in reverse comes as a sign that you're healing from a painful ending. You can see all of the swords are now falling out of this man's back. They're falling away. So they're about to come out of his back. And this can be a sign that the pain and suffering you've endured will get easier. And as you heal, you'll begin to understand why this ending had to occur in the first place. A more negative interpretation of the Ten of Swords reverse can be that you are resisting an ending. All of the signs pointing to you needing to end something are there, but you are resisting it and you aren't facing the pain and healing. Okay, and we are on to the Swords Court cards. The Swords Court cards. And when court cards come into a reading, they can represent people in your life, people influencing you and your situation. And this won't always be the case. They can be a sign of, you know, your feelings and what you're going through, but often they represent a person or people in your life. And to start off here, we have the Page of Swords. The Page of Swords is most often connected to the zodiac sign Gemini, being an air sign, but really could be any air sign, Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. But all pages in tarot are connected with earth energy as well, Taurus, Capricorn, Virgo. Pages are seen as the messengers in tarot. They represent something new coming into your life, a message, some kind of information, an opportunity, or an offer. And when the Page of Swords comes into a reading, this isn't always a positive sign. I mean, it's positive in that the Page of Swords' main focus is to tell the truth, to find out the truth. That's his main focus. But this just means that the truth, this information coming in may be quite blunt. It may come across as rather cold and unemotional. It may be unexpected. It may not be great for your emotions. Because the Page of Swords isn't very in touch with his emotions. He's more interested in matters of the mind, not matters of the heart. So the Page of Swords is the spy in tarot, the investigator. He is very intelligent, very good at research, very good with his words. And he represents someone who is just full of energy. And being a page, he can often represent someone who is younger than you or someone who acts a little immature. But yes, in love readings, the page, this can be a sign that you'll receive communication from someone soon. It can also be a sign that someone's spying on you. Someone's really into you and someone's watching you. But given the page is not very good at expressing himself emotionally, this can be a bit of an issue when it comes to love readings. It can be a sign this person is a little immature. But in a general sense, the Page of Swords comes into a reading upright as a sign that someone may be excited about a new venture, learning something new, starting something new, or you receiving some kind of information or communication from someone. And this could be good or bad communication, any communication. In reverse, the Page of Swords can indicate that you were expecting news or information on something, but that news isn't coming through, or you aren't able to figure out the truth of the matter. Things are not clear. It can be a sign of a very intelligent person using their words and mind to manipulate you in some way, someone who has no empathy and is rather aggressive. Reverse the Page of Swords can also simply indicate that there's a lack of communication somewhere in your life. There's some kind of communication failure, could be in the workplace, could be any relationship in your life. This lack of communication may be creating some kind of conflict in any type of relationship. But ultimately, when the Page of Swords comes out in reverse, it can either mean a person being a bit devious or you are blocked from some kind of information. It can also indicate that you were talking a lot about something but not acting on it. Like you or someone in your life talks a big game but never really acts on what they talk about. So that's another interpretation depending on what you're asking about. And next we have the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords is often associated with the zodiac sign Libra, but can be any sign, air sign, Libra, Gemini, Aquarius. And all Knights in Tarot are linked to fire, Sagittarius, Aries, Leo. And the Knight of Swords is the fastest king. The Knight of Swords is the fastest knight. You can see him charging forward with his sword here. That horse looks like it's going fast. Like he is charging forward. He is perhaps the most driven knight. The most driven. You can see just from the imagery here that nothing will get in his way. He is determined. He is ready. He's got his armor on and he's ready for battle. He's moving fast. And so all Knights in Tarot do represent action in some way, shape or form. They are all on horses and they are all on the move. But when the Knight of Swords comes into a reading upright, this is a sign you are on a mission on a whole other level. You will achieve what you set out to. You'll achieve what is in your mind. You are using your intelligence, your logic, your mind to succeed, to reach your goals, and nothing is going to slow you down. In some cases, the Knight of Swords can be a sign of an unexpected message coming in that will be quite shocking. It will come in quick and make you feel a bit rattled. For love, the Knight of Swords can represent someone who is difficult to hold down. They may not be very good at committing to a relationship. Much like the Page of Swords, they are more of a thinker. They follow their mind rather than their heart. But the Knight of Swords is more mature than the Page of Swords, so communication between the two of you is likely to be very good. They'll likely be on your level intellectually, like they will be intelligent and will tell you the truth. The Knight of Swords will always tell you the truth. In a career sense, or in an anything sense really, the Knight of Swords says with your determination and ambition, you will get through any challenges. You will get what you need to get done effectively because you aren't afraid to take action where action is required. In reverse, the Knight of Swords is an indication of impatience, being too hasty, not thinking things through and acting on impulse. It can be a sign that your thoughts are scattered, they aren't clear, and you're just floundering around making rash decisions, not doing your research, not slowing down long enough to really think about your situation. The Knight of Swords in reverse can be a sign of an aggressive, mean person in your life, someone who is bullying you, someone who is harsh and cruel. If the Knight of Swords in reverse comes out in a reading, this can be a sign that someone is working against you, using their intelligence, their mind to sabotage you in some way. Words that come to mind with the Knight of Swords in reverse are like scattered thoughts, impulsive, intimidation, aggressive, and arrogant. But yes, next we have the Queen of Swords. She represents clarity, seeing things clearly. She's often linked to the zodiac sign Libra, but can be any air sign. And as I said with the other suits, all queens in tarot are also linked to water, Scorpio, Pisces, Cancer. But as I said, the Queen of Swords is about finding clarity. You can see the clouds in the background of this card are halfway down and they're clear up the top. There's no clouds at the top. They're halfway down. An indication that you are coming out of a cloudy, confusing time and finally seeing things for what they are, seeing things clearly. The Queen of Swords is the most logical and rational of all the queens in tarot. She sees things for what they truly are. She represents someone who is very calm and collected, someone who is very direct and doesn't beat around the bush, someone who is reliable, independent, and can make decisions logically without letting their emotions get in the way. She is the least emotional of all the queens and can in fact be described as someone in your life who is a little detached from their emotions. So when the Queen of Swords comes out upright in a reading, this can be an indication that even though you have been through much, you now see things clearly. You now know what you need to do moving forward. It can also be an indication that you or someone in your life are very focused on a task. And because of this, they may not be connecting emotionally with others in their life. Like if it's a partner, they might be focused on something else. So they're not connecting with you as emotionally on an emotional level as much as you'd like. But if you're asking about career, the Queen of Swords is a very good sign, a sign that the research and work you're putting in, the focus you're putting in will bring success. And then in reverse, the Queen of Swords is about not seeing clearly, not seeing the truth. She can be a sign that you're dealing with a cruel, mean person in your life, whether that be your private life or in the workplace. But reverse the Queen of Swords can be a sign you or someone in your life have completely blocked off all of your emotions. Someone does not consider feelings of others anymore. Someone is very negative and very cruel. The Queen of Swords in reverse is cold-hearted, manipulative, cruel, and toxic. So she does not see the truth and she is not seeing clearly, and she represents a rather nasty person in reverse. And now we're on to the King of Swords. He is the king of law and order, the intelligent, logical king. Often he is linked to the zodiac sign Aquarius, but can be any air sign, Aquarius, Gemini, Libra. And all kings in tarot are associated with air because they are the masters of their suit, very powerful and intelligent, very wise. So the King of Swords is very controlled. He controls knowledge and wisdom easily. He is the just king, wanting everything to be in order, wanting everything to be fair. He can be associated with someone in your life who is quite cool and calculated in their approach to situations, not very much emotion. Not great when it comes to like warmth and intimacy, but he's got a mind that's so sharp, he can help you out of any situation. He is great at making decisions and great at finding answers. In a general sense, the King of Swords will come into a reading upright as a message from Spirit to use your intelligence and logic to achieve your goals. Spirit is advising you to speak your truth and stand strong. He may come into a reading as advice to consult a professional around your situation, a lawyer or a consultant of some kind. It depends on what you're asking about, but he often comes as a message to gain advice from an expert on your situation. He may represent someone in your life who challenges you as well, like in a good way, who encourages you to, do your best. In career readings, the King of Swords is ambitious. He reminds you to be rational and logical with your approach, to remain focused. And if you do this, you'll achieve your goals. Just be sure to stay true to you while you're working towards those goals. In love, like the rest of the air signs, he can represent someone who's a little emotionless, but he is incredibly respectful. Just understand that if you're with a King of Swords person, that they aren't going to want to go deep and deep on an emotional level. They are a very independent and very logical person, and they act this way in their approach to everything. But yes, he is the truth king, the intelligent and fair, sometimes stern king, but always respectful. In reverse, the King of Swords he can represent a wicked, selfish, domineering, power-hungry person who doesn't think rationally. Someone in your life who uses their intelligence in a selfish and abusive manner, someone who is not fair. Reversed, he represents someone who is rather frightening. He may come into a reading in reverse to say you or someone in your life are exploiting others, like misusing your power. He can also be a sign that you can't decide on your situation. You can't logically think of what you're meant to do. Like no answer is coming to mind on how you can move forward on your situation. You feel uncertain and you don't know what decision to make. But yes, the King of Swords reversed is selfish, oppressive, and irrational. And that is the swords. We have reached the wands, and wands are all about passion, about energy, desire, and creativity. Wands are associated with the element of fire, and so they're linked with the zodiac signs Leo, Sagittarius, and Aries. We start with the Ace of Wands, and like all aces, in tarot, a hand is reaching out, making an offering. We can see the little green sprouts on the wand here, a symbol of a growing idea, something you feel passionate about, a creative spark. The Ace of Wands may come into a reading upright when you're asking about a new endeavor that you feel pulled towards. And the Ace of Wands is spirit saying, go for it. The Ace of Wands is a good omen. And upright, it says that it's time to pursue your passion project. With determination and hard work, you will be successful. The castle in the distance here, that castle represents opportunities for the future. Like all aces, this is the initial stages of something, but with hard work, you will reach your goals. And the castle here says it may be much more fruitful than you anticipated. So if the Ace of Wands comes out in relation to love as well, then it says you'll be very attracted to this person. It will be an exciting connection full of heat and passion, full of lots of lust. In relation to your work life, the Ace of Wands is a sign you will feel more inspired. You'll feel more inspired. You are able to use your creativity more. You may be offered a new role that gets those creative juices flowing, that lights you up. So the Ace of Wands upright says, act now. Don't let fear hold you back. There's a reason you feel passionate about this. And then in reverse, the Ace of Wands suggests you feel like you have no direction. You may have some kind of goal, but you aren't excited about it. There are no strong feelings there. You care little whether you do or don't achieve your goal, perhaps. You may feel weighed down by your commitments and responsibilities. You feel like you have no time to pursue things that make you feel good, that light you up, that get those creative juices flowing. The Ace of Wands reversed is a lack of inspiration, a lack of excitement, a lack of passion. It suggests you are bored of your job feels monotonous. It suggests you don't feel that passionate, that attracted to a love interest. Next, we have the Two of Wands. The Two of Wands is about opportunities ahead, making a plan, having some kind of option or decision to make, planning for the future. You can see the man in this card is holding a globe in his hand here. He's holding a globe. And well, it's the world, isn't it? And the world in his hand represents the potential of something, a new discovery, a new adventure, an opportunity. But this discovery, this opportunity can only occur should this man find the courage to step outside of the safety bubble of his castle walls. You can see he's in his castle here. He's in his safety zone. Should the man take control of his situation and make a plan? So when the Two of Wands comes out upright in a reading, this is normally quite a positive card. It's a sign that you have options, that the world is your oyster. The Two of Wands asks you to set clear intentions and prepare yourself. The Two of Wands asks you to not make any big decisions until you've done your research and made a plan. It says you are not yet ready to make a move, but once you explore your options, you will be. If the Two of Wands comes out when you're asking about career, this is Spirit asking you to sit down and plan out your career path. Really imagine what career you want or what you want out of your current career and figure out how you can move forward on it. If the Two of Wands comes out when you're asking about money, then this is a sign to not make any big purchases just now. Yes, you may be stable financially, but you need to make a long-term plan on how your money should best be invested. And then if the Two of Wands comes out when you're asking about love, then you may be contemplating some kind of change in your love life, if you're single or in a relationship. The Two of Wands asks you to really do the work, set your expectations and intentions, and envision what you want out of a relationship. And then in reverse, the Two of Wands can be a sign that you have headed down a path that doesn't line up with your values and beliefs, that doesn't feel right to you. It can also be a sign that you haven't put a plan or strategy in place before moving forward on something, and because of this, you found many obstacles and problems. It can also be a sign that you're reluctant to leave your safety bubble. Even though you can see there are opportunities out there for you, you are too afraid to leave the safety of what you're used to. So the Two of Wands reversed is essentially lacking plans for the long term, not thinking things through, having a lack of control, and things not falling into place like you hoped they would. And when the Two of Wands comes out in reverse, this is Spirit's way of asking you to go back to the drawing board, start again, and consider what your values and purpose are before putting your plan in place and before moving forward. The Three of Wands. The Three of Wands obviously comes right after the Two of Wands, and where the Two of Wands is about making a plan, the Three of Wands comes as a sign that now your plans have been put in place. You are working towards something, you've stepped out of that safety bubble, and you're moving forward having done that preparation, having completed your research. You can see the man here is standing on the edge of a cliff. He is very high up. He's very high up, a sign that he sees all. He's done that background work and can now see any obstacles that are likely to be put in his way. The Three of Wands says you've made all the right moves, everything is now progressing at a steady pace, and you are continuing to actively move towards your goals. With this commitment and drive, you're working towards more goals and opportunities. You're looking ahead, trying to continue that momentum, looking to grow even more. Perhaps looking to collaborate with someone or even travel. The Three of Wands can be a sign of travel, but it's essentially about continuing to utilize any opportunities available to you. You can see the ships in the background. You might not be able to see them. They're very small, but the ships are out on the ocean there. He's looking out at those ships. For some readers, this represents the man's ships coming in. He's going to profit from his hard work. For others, the ships are seen as moving away from the man. They are full of his cargo, his merchandise, and they're taking that merchandise all over the world. So the Three of Wands is saying, go for it. Now is the time to make the move after all of that preparation in the Two of Wands. In reverse, the Three of Wands can be a sign you struggle to put plans into action, or it can come into a reading to say growth and opportunities have been available to you, but you've been playing it safe, not making the most of those opportunities. You may be worried about overcommitting yourself. You may have self-limiting beliefs, or you may have people in your life holding you back. The Three of Wands reverse can also be a sign that there has been some kind of delay or obstacle put in the way of your plan. You put a lot of time and effort into something, but you're not seeing the results you'd like because of some kind of delay or obstacle. The Three of Wands reversed is Spirit asking you to either put a more detailed plan in place before moving forward, a plan that considers any obstacles and risks, or it's spirit asking you to ask yourself what's holding you back from the opportunities in your life. And next we have the Four of Wands. The Four of Wands is about celebration, joy, reunions, homecomings. It can be about community, and it can be a sign of weddings or commitment in some way. You can see the Four Wands in this card are firmly planted in the ground, a sign of stability. They're decorated with what resembles, is it a wedding arch? Which is a sign of growth, a sign of feeling at home, a sign of celebration. And you can see the two people down here in the background that appear to be celebrating or dancing, a symbol of connection. And the castle in the background is about protection. And so when the Four of Wands comes into a reading upright, this is often a sign in love readings that a stable and harmonious connection is coming into your life if you're single. And if you're in a relationship, the Four of Wands upright is a sign that your relationship will be leveling up. There'll be more commitment. Your partner may be asking you to marry them. In a general sense, the Four of Wands upright says celebration, love, and harmony are coming into your life. You may be feeling lighter and happier within yourself. You may be connecting with your community more, or your friends or family, connecting in a very joyful and sweet way. And then in reverse, the Four of Wands is an indication that there's a lack of harmony, a lack of support in your relationships. This could be your romantic relationship, your friendships, your family, really any relationships. But in reverse, the Four of Wands says there's an imbalance, a lack of harmony, a conflict. The connection is not stable. It may come into a reading to say someone will not react well to a decision you've made. It's an indication that where you were once happy, there is a change in some way, or there will be. So in reverse, the Four of Wands is an indication that there is a high level of tension in your life, most likely your family life. And next we have the Five of Wands. Like all fives in tarot, this is an indication of conflict and also change in some way. You can see the people in this card all seem to be fighting each other with their wands here. They do all look quite young, so it may not be a deadly situation, but the Five of Wands upright does come into a reading as an indication of conflict, arguments, competition in some way, tensions running high. And often it's a sign of rivals in your life, people who feel in competition with you, or you feeling in competition with others. It often comes into a reading upright as advice to try not allow other people's combative behavior to influence you into acting the same way. In love, it may be a sign that either people are fighting over you or people are fighting over your romantic interest. In career, the Five of Wands can be an indication of a very competitive and intense work environment. The Five of Wands often comes into a reading to say, if you want to succeed, you need to fight like you never have before. You need to go all in, be disciplined and focused. Of course, this will not always be the case. The Five of Wands, like all cards in tarot, is very complex, and it depends on what you're asking about. But as I've said throughout this video, if you're unsure, then clarify the card with another card. So in reverse, the Five of Wands may be a sign you or someone in your life are avoiding conflict. You're avoiding conflict. This may be a good or bad thing depending on your situation. If you're avoiding conflict with your romantic partner, this is not always a good thing because this can lead to resentment and bitterness. So it really does depend what you're asking about. But if you're avoiding like competing with your colleagues at work, again, this can be a good because maybe you don't feel the need to compete, possibly because you feel confident enough in your own abilities to the point you don't feel the need to show off. But it may also be an indication that you don't have the drive you once had in the workplace. You don't care whether you do good or not, whether you're successful or not. On a more positive note, the Five of Wands can also be a sign that peace is coming after all of that conflict. You've been arguing with someone, you've had a big disagreement, there's been this rivalry or tension, but it's now over. Next, we have the Six of Wands. And the Six of Wands is about gaining recognition for your hard work. It's about being put in the spotlight in a good way and being noticed for all of the good things you bring to the table. The laurel on the man's head and hanging on the wand here is a sign of victory and celebration, a sign of support from others, an achievement in general, just achievement. And so when the Six of Wands comes out upright in a reading, this is a sign that you have overcome any trials, you have worked through your struggles, and you have now gained the respect and acknowledgement you deserve. People are looking at you. It's considered to be the celebrity card in tarot. So in some cases, it can be a sign that you will be reaching celebrity status. You can see the men in the background here are looking up to the man on the horse, a sign you are looked up to, or you will be in the near future. In a general sense, the Six of Wands says accomplishment and recognition are coming. The only negative from this card is that some people may be jealous of you. So yes, that's the only real negative. It's quite a good card. In a career sense, the Six of Wands says success, a promotion perhaps, or a win in some way in the workplace. And your colleagues will notice. You will be getting a pat on the back for your hard work. And if the Six of Wands comes out in relation to love, then this is a sign you or your person feel very seen. You are both in a very good place. This is a sign your person is so proud to have you on their arm. The Six of Wands is an advance in some form of your life, being recognized, its achievement and success. And then in reverse, the Six of Wands is a sign you don't feel seen by someone. You don't feel seen. Or there's a lack of recognition in some part of your life. You may be working very hard at your job and yet your boss isn't noticing you. You aren't getting praised for all of your hard work, or your lover isn't paying any attention to you. In some cases, the Six of Wands in reverse may be a sign you feel uncomfortable receiving praise from others. Sometimes it can be a sign someone's acting a little arrogant, but for the most part, it's about people not seeing the hard work you put in. You don't feel appreciated by the people in your life. And Seven of Wands. The Seven of Wands is about defending yourself. You can see the man at the top of the hill here. He appears to be trying to defend what's his. So after the success of the Six of Wands, this can be a sign you are trying to defend your title, defend your territory, so to speak. You are trying to prove yourself. You are under a lot of pressure when the Seven of Wands comes out. Upright, the Seven of Wands says competition. Competition in the workplace, competition with your friends or acquaintances, competition anywhere really. You are being challenged by others in your life. Others have noticed your success and are now challenging you, and you feel you need a fight to prove yourself. So if the Seven of Wands comes out upright in love, like in a love reading, this may be a sign that you or your person are fighting for the relationship, which is actually a good thing, trying very hard to make it work. Or if you're single, this may be a sign that you or someone in your life are trying to prove why you or they are the right person, a person worthy of love, if that makes sense. But in a general sense, the Seven of Wands upright is you trying to protect what's yours and you feeling challenged in some way. And in reverse, the Seven of Wands suggests you are questioning whether you can do it. You are tired, overwhelmed. You don't know if you have what it takes to get the job done. You are contemplating giving up on the situation altogether. You are feeling that pressure and stress, and you don't know if you can compete anymore, if you can fight for whatever it is that you're being challenged for. You feel like you may lose anyway. So often when the Seven of Wands comes out in reverse, this is Spirit advising you to ask yourself if it's worth the stress, if the situation is worth it. And next we have the Eight of Wands. The Eight of Wands is about moving fast. It's a card with much energy. You can see the 8 wands are moving very fast through the sky here. So it's a sign something is going to happen fast, and this could be coming into your life fast or going out of your life fast. So if you're asking about whether you should go ahead with something and the Eight of Wands comes out upright, then this is Spirit's way of saying, charge ahead, go do it, don't hesitate. This card usually comes with a very exciting and positive energy. It can be an indication of travel or a holiday, getting on a plane and going somewhere. And it can also be a sign of communication coming in. It's the communication card, a sign that someone's going to tell you, someone's going to call you perhaps, or reach out on social media. Someone's going to surprise you with a visit. So yes, if you're asking about a specific person, a love interest perhaps, and the Eight of Wands comes out, then this is a sign that they'll be contacting you, trying to talk to you, sending you a message perhaps, as a sign that communication will be coming to you in some way. And then reverse, the Eight of Wands can be an indication that you need to really slow down. Whatever you're asking about, you need to slow down and really consider things. You need to evaluate if that's what you really want before moving forward so hastily. This could be around a love interest, a project, a new job. It can be anything, but the Eight of Wands reversed says slow down and consider. It can come into a reading often when you're resisting some kind of change, something that's clearly happening, that's come in fast, that you can't control. You're resisting it in some way. It can also be a sign of just feeling tired. When upright, this is a sign of abundance of energy, but in reverse, you or someone in your life lack energy. When it comes to communication, the Eight of Wands reversed suggests there's been some kind of misunderstanding, some kind of miscommunication. Communication is not going well because because you and your person aren't talking, or it's just not going well between you and your person. It's a bit of a confusing energy. Next, we have the Nine of Wands. The Nine of Wands is about resilience, feeling exhausted and tired, but pushing through anyway. You can see the man in this card looks weary. He's got bandages on his head and on his arms, and that's an indication that he has been through it. He's holding that wand there though, so he still has that wand in his hand, showing he is still ready and he will still fight. So when the Nine of Wands comes out upright in a reading, this is showing whoever you're asking about, or you yourself, have been through many trials and tribulations. You are tired, you're exhausted, but you are resilient, you are determined, and you will overcome this next obstacle. You are strong. The Nine of Wands can come into a reading to say that another setback may be coming, another obstacle, but this is a sign from Spirit that with determination, you will get through this too. And in reverse, the Nine of Wands suggests that the trials and tribulations feel like they are just too much. It's like you are being kicked while you are down and you don't know if you'll be able to get back up again. You feel like, your people aren't supporting you. You feel like you have no help and you are drowning in responsibilities. You feel defeated. So if the Nine of Wands comes into a reading in reverse, this can be a sign you're beginning to realize whatever you were fighting for may not be worth fighting for anymore. The Ten of Wands. The Ten of Wands is again about feeling exhausted. You can see the man is carrying all of those wands there and they look very heavy. So the Ten of Wands is essentially carrying a heavy load, feeling burdened in some way, having so much to do, so much on your plate, so many responsibilities. You may be taking on extra work or trying to accomplish something that's taken up much of your time. And because of this, your other responsibilities are feeling more demanding than usual. But the Ten of Wands isn't a bad card. Even though you can see this man is pushing and pushing, carrying all of those wands, there's also a town in the distance there. There's a town in the background. So he's grown these wands and now he's carrying his hard work to the town to sell and to profit off. He will profit off his hard work. And so even though the energy of this card is tiresome, it is an indication with hard work and determination, you will reach your goals. So if you have been given extra responsibilities at work, the Ten of Wands upright can be a sign that you'll be successful with determination and grit. If the Ten of Wands comes out upright in relation to love, then you may be going through a rough patch with your partner. It may be hard at this time, but you or they will work on it, work on the connection. If you're single, you may be finding it hard to find your person. You're tired of dating, tired of looking for the right one, but you are still pushing forward. You're still putting yourself out there in the hopes you'll find a partner. And then in reverse, the Ten of Wands says, this weight, this burden is just too heavy for you to carry on your own. There is too much to do, too many responsibilities, and it's just not manageable. You are strained, tense, you're overworked, you're trying to do too much at once, putting too much responsibility on yourself. In reverse, this is Spirit saying you don't need to do this alone. You can ask for assistance from the people in your life. If you're feeling burdened by work, then this is a sign to delegate to others. Take some time off if you can, or talk to your boss about your workload to try come to an arrangement that better suits you. And if you're feeling burdened in your home, again, talk to your partner, your parents, ask for more help. And then we are on to the court cards, the Wands court cards. And as I've said throughout the video, court cards often come into a reading representing people in your life, people who influence your life. This isn't always the case. Sometimes they represent you or what you're going through, but often they can represent your partner, friend, colleague, teacher, acquaintances, anyone really. But to start off with, we have the Page of Wands. The Page of Wands is often associated with the zodiac sign Aries, but can really be any fire sign. And all pages are linked to the earth element. So it could be an indication of someone with earth in their chart too, if you're asking about a person. But all pages in tarot are messengers, and the Page of Wands is about, you know, heat and passion, being wands. So he can be a sign. Someone is coming to you with a message that will make you heat up. Someone with much energy and passion is coming in, or the message coming to you will bring out your passionate side. In love readings, the Page of Wands is a sign that you may be about to fall in love very quickly or fall in lust very quickly. It's not the most mature card, so he isn't a sign that this will be a solid and lasting connection, but it is certainly a sign that someone exciting may be coming into your life. In relation to career, this is a sign of a new venture, project, or job. You may be offered something new. Or it's Spirit's way of telling you to take some kind of risk in your career. The Page of Wands is the adventurer. He is bold and he takes risks. And so this is often a sign that if you've been thinking of applying for that job that seems maybe a little left field, or, you know, you've been thinking about starting this side hustle, then do it. Go for it. And in reverse, the Page of Wands can be a sign of immaturity, being unable to commit to something, being bored in some way. And this could be you or the person you're asking about. It depends on the question. But reverse, the Page of Wands is a sign that someone's acting childish, someone is unreliable. If you're asking about a person in your life and the Page of Wands comes out in reverse, then this is a sign that this is not a person you can rely on. The Page of Wands can come in reverse also It can come in reverse sometimes to say you or someone in your life are acting too impulsive, not thinking things through. If you're unsure, then clarify with another card. But next we have the Knight of Wands, and the Knight of Wands is much like the Page of Wands in that this is an indication that something or someone is coming into your life that will bring excitement and passion. But he's the Knight, and Knights are more mature than Pages, so it brings with it more reliability. The Knight of Wands is often associated with Sagittarius, although some readers associate him with Leo, and he can really be any fire sign. And all Knights in Tarot are associated with fire, so double fire here. But Knights represent action, something new coming in, news coming in perhaps that will excite you. If you're asking about love, then this is a sign that someone who is confident, someone who is charming, likely rather outgoing, will be entering your life. You can see the horse in this card is ready to go. It's rearing up and it's ready to go. So the Knight of Wands is a sign that a situation will occur for you that will bring you energy and make you feel good. If you're asking about your career, then the Knight of Wands is a sign that you're going to feel very excited and enthusiastic about the next phase of your career. A change is coming and it's great. That's what the Knight of Wands is. In a general sense, the Knight of Wands simply says you are going to feel passionate about something new coming into your life. It'll light you up and it'll motivate you. And then reversed, the Knight of Wands says you may be acting too impulsive. You may feel very passionate about something, but you aren't making the best decisions. You are full steam ahead, but not really thinking things through. In reverse, the Knight of Wands can also be a sign you feel restricted in some way. You have all of these ideas, you want to reach your goals, you want to push for your dreams, your dream situation, but you can't for some reason. You feel restricted. You may have too many responsibilities, or you may feel you simply don't have the resources to reach your goals. In relation to people in your life, the Knight of Wands reversed is an indication that this person is a bit up themselves, perhaps overly confident to the point it's unattractive. They may like to boast about themselves or are simply just all about themselves. But yes, the Knight of Wands reversed can be a sign of delays, feeling restricted, or acting hastily, not thinking things through. The Queen of Wands is the social queen. She's the queen that can work a room. Very good with people, very good at finding the fun and lifting the mood. She has a little sunflower in her hand here, which reminds me of the Sun card and often comes into a reading as, you know, the Queen comes into a reading as a representation of someone that really draws the eyes of others, someone who is very attractive. They have a vibe about them. And the Queen of Wands is linked to the zodiac sign Aries, but can really be any fire sign, and all queens are associated with the water element as well. So if you're asking about a person, could be water, could be fire. So when the Queen of Wands comes into a reading upright, this is a sign someone is very aware of themselves. They feel confident and optimistic about their situation. She can come as encouragement from Spirit to express yourself more, be more outgoing, put yourself out there and have more fun. You can see the little black cat at her feet here, the little black cat. Which the cat is a sign that she is very wise, even though she may appear to be a very happy-go-lucky person, a happy person in your life. She's also done the work and knows herself on a level that you may not even be aware of. And so when the Queen of Wands comes out upright in a reading, this is a message to be bold and work towards your goals with confidence. You have that ability. You have that ability to reach your goals. In work-related readings, the Queen of Wands can be an indication you should work more with others or work to support others, work to engage others and create a team environment in the workplace. In love readings, the Queen of Wands represents a person who is outgoing and confident, much like the Knight of Wands, someone who likes to go out and have fun. So if you're single, this can be a sign to put yourself out there. If you're in a relationship, the Queen of Wands may be a sign to have more fun, be less serious, and have some fun. And then in reverse, the Queen of Wands can be an indication of someone in your life who's a bit hateful, who acts obnoxiously, someone who may be gossiping behind your back. So upright, the Queen of Wands is the natural socialite, someone who naturally draws people's attention. But in reverse, she is constantly wanting attention, someone who is always trying to gain attention from others and will do anything to get that attention. She can be a sign that you feel quite shy around a situation as well. So you yourself may be feeling a bit shy around a situation. You may lack the confidence you want around a certain situation. Or in a career sense, reverse the Queen of Wands may be a sign you lack motivation in some way. But in most cases, she's a sign of someone who is quite dominating, someone who likes to tell little tales for attention. And we are up to the King of Wands. The King of Wands. This is the last card today. 78 cards, 78 tarot cards, 156 meanings. Whew, that's a lot. But the King of Wands is the boss you've always wanted. He can represent someone in your life who has leadership qualities, a fun yet smart person. He can also be a sign you yourself have these qualities. But the King of Wands is associated with the fire signs. And as I've said throughout the video, all kings are also associated with air signs because they are the masters of their suit, the master thinkers, the master planners. So if the King of Wands comes into a reading upright, this can represent you really visualizing what you want and going for it. But the King of Wands is smart enough to get help from others in order to bring this dream to fruition, because he, even though he does have that energy and passion like the rest of the suit, he's also intelligent enough to know using the people around you will bring this dream into your life more smoothly. If you're asking about love, this is a sign someone who is passionate and fun will come into your life, but also someone who is trustworthy and strong, being a king, someone who will want to look after you. If you're already in a relationship, then he is a sign that things are going to heat up again. The situation will become more enjoyable and you should give it a chance. But in a general sense, the King of Wands upright is leadership, having fun, passion, and his success. He's a sign of success. In reverse, the King of Wands can represent someone in your life who is quite arrogant, someone who is controlling, and someone who's bossy. This may be you or someone in your life. But he comes as advice to, it depends on the question you're asking, but he does come as advice to try not be too dominating in your situation, or don't let others dominate and control you. So in reverse, the King of Wands can represent someone who depends on others too much as well, someone who doesn't like to put the work in, who likes to cut corners perhaps. So it can go either way. But the King of Wands in reverse is overly confident. He's egotistical and he's controlling. But that's it. That's it. That's all 78 tarot cards, upright and reversed. If you made it this far, congratulations. A very big video. If it did help, please don't forget to hit that like button. I really hoped this did help you on your tarot journey and you learnt a little today. And if you enjoy watching pick a card readings, do make sure you hit that subscribe button. But thank you so much for being here with me, and hopefully I see you in another video. Bye.